Yeah. Yeah. The other clothing store I shop at a lot. You can't see them anymore except for online. I don't like online shopping because I want to know how it fits.
Order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Oak Grove School District on April 10th, 2025 at 4:59 p.m. This evening, because we will have many employee recognitions, presentations, and additional public comments.
Just redo it again and say 5 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, let me do that.
Yes.
All right, redo. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Oak Grove School District on April 10th, 2025 at 5 o'clock p.m. This evening, because we will have many employee recognitions, presentations, and additional public comments, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda by moving up all of the ceremonial agenda items, 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 to the top of the agenda after agenda item 3.5 closed session report. May I have a second to approve the amended agenda?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing none opposed, the amended agenda has been approved as submitted. The board at this time will recess to close session to discuss consideration of of pupil services matters pursuant to Education Code sections 35,146 and 48,918. Public employee performance evaluation, superintendent, consideration of public employee discipline, release, dismissal, Government Code Section 54957, confer with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Persons wishing to address the board on closed session items may use the raise your hand Zoom feature to speak. Please reference the agenda item in your public comment, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone to speak to these closed session items? Okay, we will now recess to close session, and we will return at approximately 6 p.m. Board meeting of April 10th, 2025. There are many opportunities for the public to address the board, public hearing, public comment, or during a specific agenda item. If you wish to speak to the board, please complete the request to speak card at the front and provide it to our recording secretary. If you are joining the meeting on Zoom, please select the raise your hand feature in order to have your name called when the agenda item is reached. In-person speakers will be called to the podium first, followed by Zoom attendees. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 2 minutes to speak. The Brown Act governs meetings of governmental bodies in California. Your comments to the board must be specific to the agenda item you are addressing. If there is no specific item, you are welcome to present comments during public comment. Please note that you are attending a public meeting of the Board of Trustees doing the public's business. This is not a public forum for public debate. At this time, we will be doing the land acknowledgement statement. Member Martinez, please provide this.
Acknowledge that Oak Grove School District and our schools occupy the unceded territory of the Milwaukee Ohlone Nation, the sovereign nation and original people of the skies, land and waters where we work and learn. The Milwaukee Ohlone people are the stewards of these lands and of the teachings and learning that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Milwaukee Ohlone for their community and these lands.
Thank you, Member Martinez. I would now like to invite our student leader from Indigo School to the front of the dais to introduce herself and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello, my name is Ileana Vai, and I'm in the 8th grade at Indigo School. I'm honored to be here to lead everyone in the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone, please stand. Well, you already are. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ileana, for doing that. At this time, let's move on to our superintendent's report. Superintendent Chidas, please provide your report.
Thank you, President Yu, and good evening. Buenas noches a todos. I'm going to keep my report brief. I had like 6 pages. Now I have like a page and a half. So I'm going to keep it brief. The reason is because we have many recognitions today. We have presentations, some ceremonial items, and I want to give some time to that. But I do want to take a moment to thank all of the teachers, staff, principals, our amazing students for recently this couple of weeks. Our executive team here has participated in many of our site visits. As you know, we visit all the schools as a team together for about 2 hours each. So we recently went to Sakamoto, Anderson, Herman Adventure STEM, Indigo, and we were at Baldwin yesterday, and that was a lot of fun. So it's always great to see our students to continue to learn and grow and to thrive. So thank you all. And next week we'll be visiting more schools. I think Hayes and Del Roble. So we got many more visits to go. On March 19th, Bernal Intermediate, you did an outstanding job with that career fair. That was a great event with that career fair. So I want to thank the staff, the planning committee, administrators, Thank you, Vice President Aber, who also presented. I was able to be there. They had the mayor who was a guest speaker, Mayor Matt Mahan was there. And so that was nice. This morning, here in this boardroom, Ileana was there and all of our students and my student advisory council. I meet with students every month here from every school. We had an engaging and interactive discussion on the impact of social media on our lives. And there was a great conversation, great discussion. So thank you to our EdTech team for leading this conversation. And I also want to thank the students because today they taught me some slang. It was all appropriate, but they said that I had some riz. So it was cool. So thank you, students, for teaching me that. And in closing, this Tuesday, April 15th at 5:30 p.m. at Herman Intermediate Gymnasium, we're going to celebrate 137 of our students at our annual celebration of bilingualism. These 137 students have all met the requirements to be promoted from English learners to fluent English proficient. This is a huge accomplishment and exciting time for them, their families, their teachers. So congratulations, and we will celebrate them on Tuesday. And now it's time for the Vision Awards. See, I kept it short. So I would like to thank Associate Superintendent Bowles and Assistant Superintendent Anna, who are going to read the names of our Vision Award recipients. And I would like for the board to join me in the front of the dais to shake hands, take pictures with our Vision Award recipients.
All right, thank you so much, Superintendent Chidas. As we have Superintendent coming down with the Board of Trustees, let me read you the criteria for the Community Involvement Awards. This is the first Vision Award we'll be recognizing tonight. The recipients were selected based on the following criteria: actively supports the Oak Grove School District vision elements and the community at large. I feel like I'm squawking. Am I squawking? Participates in programs, organizations, and activities which makes our community a better place for children. Makes a significant positive contribution to OGSD schools, educational community, and community at large. So first to be recognized from Anderson School, one of our English Learner Proficiency Assessments of California, or LPAC testers, Cynthia Cooper. Not only are we lucky enough to have Ms. Cooper as one of our LPAC testers, but she is also a retired teacher here in Oak Grove. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Don't go far, Ms. Cooper. We're gonna have a group picture at the very end, okay? All right, from Baldwin Elementary School, Home and School Club Vice President Niti Patel. Also from Baldwin Elementary School, librarian, oh, there's many hats, noon duty and Home and School Club Treasurer Aditi Puri. From Burnell Intermediate School, Counselor Brianna Ochoa. From Christopher School, the Assistant Director of the Boys and Girls Club, Cassandra Fonseca. Also from Christopher, Director of the Boys and Girls Club, Michelle Davis. From Davis Intermediate School, English Learner Development Instructional Assistant, Monica Carrillo. Also from Davis Intermediate, Instructional Assistant, Lisa Clark. From Del Roble Elementary School, 6th grade teacher, Mary Gardenier Zamorati. From Edenville Elementary School, Adopt a College Program Specialist, Jill Miranda. From Educational Services, Adult ESL teacher, Lizette Alhule. From Frost Elementary School Instructional Assistant Lubna Hijazin. Also from Frost Elementary School Home and School Club Secretary Aaron Lamb Simon. From Hayes Elementary School Transitional Kindergarten Teacher Maricruz Gomez. Also from Hayes Elementary School Noon Duty Supervisor Tina Ortega. From Herman Intermediate and the Adventure Program, Counselor Nereida Camacho. From Indigo School, PTA Executive Vice President Marie Lisenby. From Ledesma Elementary School, 5th and 6th grade combination grade teacher Marcos Montez. From Ridge Elementary School Secretary Rosemarie Jarvis. From Parkview Elementary School, PSCA President Jessica Balat. Also from Parkview, PSCA President Katina Robinson. And also from Parkview Elementary School, Think Together Program Manager Betsy Ariola Nunez. From Sakamoto Elementary School, PTO President Christy Madonic. From Santa Teresa Elementary School, parent volunteer Kristen Petrini. From Steve at Stipe Elementary, Registered Behavior Technician Jason Spellman. From Taylor Elementary School, and I see that she's joining online, so maybe an extra loud round of applause. Counselor from Taylor Elementary, Ashley Thiessen. And lastly, from Taylor Elementary School, Think Together Program Manager, Josh Galvez. All right, for everybody who is here in person, come on back for a group picture. So all of our Vision Award winners for the Community Involvement Awards, please come on back up for a group picture. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
You're good.
All right, how about one more round of applause for our Community Involvement Award winners. And next, we have one more Vision Award. It's a two for tonight, quality instruction, and I'm going to turn it on over to my colleague, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, Janae Anna.
All right, thank you, Associate Superintendent Bowles. For the 24-25 Quality Instruction Vision Awards, these recipients were selected based on the following criteria: develops and implements a variety of instructional strategies, which consistently matches the delivery of instruction with the learning style of the students, provides an environment inside and outside of the classroom, which gives students an opportunity to be involved in active learning experiences and exploration, recruits, develops, or participates in parent and community partnerships and/or activities which provide opportunities for active involvement to support the instructional program, and evaluates and implements a balanced curriculum which is research-based and student-centered. All right, so we'll start off with from Anderson Elementary School, second grade teacher, Amanda Boniface. Also from Anderson Elementary, sixth grade teacher, Cecilia Guevara. From Baldwin Elementary, SDC preschool teacher, Eddie Sedano. Also from Baldwin Elementary, fifth grade teacher, Danica Hausman. From Bernal Intermediate, PE teacher, Ben Miller. From Christopher Elementary School, fourth grade teacher, Sarah Overby. From Davis Intermediate, ELA teacher, Christy Morikawa. From Del Roble, Tweeby, fifth grade teacher, Laura Briones. From Edenvale Elementary, first grade dual language teacher, Katia Berucal. From Frost Elementary, transitional kindergarten teacher, Heather Turner. From Hayes Elementary School, fifth grade teacher, Wendy Carrion. From Herman Intermediate, math teacher, Stephanie Farnham. From Indigo School, second, third grade teacher, Angelica Ward. Come on up, Dad. Come on up.
Yeah, Andy. Let's go, Bob.
Yes, stay for the group picture. From Ledesma Elementary School, transitional kindergarten teacher, Allison Helt. From Oak Ridge Elementary, first and second grade SDC teacher, Mary Kutsos. From Parkview Elementary, second grade teacher, Megan Bernstein. From Sakamoto Elementary, fifth grade teacher, Jennifer Provenzano. From Santa Teresa Elementary, second and third grade teacher, Rachel Sandoval. Also from Santa Teresa Elementary, RSP instructional aide, Rajinder Kaur. From STEAM at Stipe Elementary, kindergarten teacher, Teo Enna. And from Taylor Elementary, third grade teacher Hillary Ingram. All right. Let's give it up for all of our educators winning the Quality Instruction Vision Awards. Come on down for a group photo. Come stand with me. One last round of applause for our Quality Instruction Vision Award.
President Wu, this concludes my comments for my superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Chidas, and congratulations again to all of the award recipients. At this time, I will provide the closed session report. So the board did meet in closed session to discuss the following items: consideration of pupil services matters pursuant to Education Code sections 35146 and 48918. The recommendation was that the Board of Trustees expel student 24/25-03S through January 16th, 2026, with the enforcement of the expulsion being suspended. Student 24/25-03S will be reinstated to a comprehensive school other than the school the student attended before the incident occurred. We also met to discuss public employee performance evaluation superintendent. No action was taken. Consideration of public employee discipline release dismissal, Government Code Section 54957, and no action was taken. Confer with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, and no action was taken. At this time, we will move to a new section of our agenda. Earlier this evening, when the board voted to set the agenda, the board moved up all of our ceremonial agenda items, 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 to the top of the agenda after agenda item 3.5, closed session report. We have introduced a new category to our board meeting agenda called ceremonials. This section will be dedicated to celebrating and formally recognizing significant board resolutions, providing an opportunity to honor individuals, events, and contributions that have a lasting impact on our students, schools, and communities. The board is excited to celebrate these important milestones alongside all of you. At this time, we will move to 6.1, resolution number 1498-04/25, designating April 22nd, 2025 as School Bus Drivers Day. Associate Superintendent Evans, can you please present this item?
Yes, thank you, President Yu. I appreciate the opportunity to present this resolution number 1498-04/25, designating April 22nd, 2025 as School Bus Drivers Day. In order to draw special attention to school bus drivers for their ongoing and excellent services to pupils in California, Assembly Concurrent Resolution 58 was passed in 2009 and approved by the Assembly and the Senate. Oftentimes, school bus drivers are the first employees that students see when they get picked up and the last employees they see when they get dropped off to go home. They play a significant role in supporting our students, getting them to school and getting them home safely with lots of positive interactions. This resolution, 1498-04/25, designates the district recognition of School Bus Drivers Day on Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 this year. The district executive team has the annual recognition tradition of visiting the transportation department on a scheduled appreciation day and celebrating with them. So it is my recommendation that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 1498-04/25, designating April 22nd, 2025 as School Bus Drivers Day.
Thank you, Associate Superintendent Evans. May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to approve.
Second. Are there any public comments in person or online? Okay, any board discussion? All right, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Yolakar. Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Torres.
Aye.
Vice President Obear.
Aye.
President Yu.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, that now takes us to item 6.2, resolution number 1499-04/25, reaffirming the month of April as National Arab American Heritage Month. I am happy to bring this resolution forward, reaffirming April as National Arab American Heritage Month. This resolution was originally introduced last year by former board member Jorge Pacheco Jr., and it was unanimously adopted by the board. Tonight, we have the opportunity to reaffirm our district's commitment to honoring and recognizing the rich history, culture, and contributions of Arab Americans. Arab Americans have made profound contributions in education, science, business, the arts, public service, and so many other fields. Yet their stories and experiences are often underrepresented or misunderstood. That is why it is important for all of us, school board members, educators, and community members, to take this opportunity to learn more about Arab American history, culture, and the challenges they have faced. Education is one of the most powerful tools that we have to combat stereotypes and foster greater understanding. By broadening our knowledge, we can create a more inclusive and welcoming environment for our students and families. As a district, we do believe that representation matters, and by reaffirming this resolution, we commit ourselves to upholding one of our district's core values, which is inclusivity. We send a message to our Arab American students and families that they are valued members of our school community, and we take an important step in ensuring that our curriculum and conversations reflect the full diversity of the world of our students. Reflect the full diversity of the world our students live in. This resolution was also originally co-authored with an active parent and community member who has been a dedicated advocate for Arab American representation in our schools. She also happens to be our District Advisory Committee President. I would now like to invite Sanaya Nashashibi to share more about the resolution.
Thank you so much. I couldn't figure out how to get a printer to work, so I'm going to read from my phone. Sorry. It is a privilege to be here today. And I mean that because as a Palestinian American and Arab American, I know there are many spaces where our voices and voices like mine aren't always welcomed and aren't always heard. So I want to say thank you. I want to express my deep appreciation for Superintendent Dr. Chidas and Board President Yu for your commitment to hearing family perspectives and for creating a space for us to engage. Planning what to share with you today took many turns, and at first I felt the need to be vulnerable and direct about the challenges that our community faces. but something stopped me, a wall went up, and those just weren't the stories I wanted to tell today. The resolution isn't about supporting my kids or Arab kids because of our pain. It's not just about our stories of trauma are everywhere. The stereotypes, misinformation, and propaganda are so readily accessible. But what's harder to access and what's often missing are the stories of our beauty, of our joy, of our contributions, of our aspirations. All the ways Arabs past and present have shaped the very fabric of American society. And that's why Arab American Heritage Month matters. Too often, Arab stories are only told through the lens of conflict or trauma, if they are even told at all. But people with agency are not defined by their pain or their difficulties. They're defined by their power to imagine and to create. Arab Americans are leaders, scientists, educators, artists, public servants, and we always have been. And so I'm here as a mother of three, also an educator, and a Palestinian Arab American. And while all those identities shape me deeply, what brings me here today isn't actually about identity, it's about our values, our shared values. As educators, we strive to build classrooms rooted in community, places where empathy, connection, and mutual responsibility lay a strong foundation for each and every child to learn. As a parent, I want those same things for my children. Yeah, I want them to be happy, but don't tell him because he's over there. That's not my main goal, right? What I want more is I want them to see themselves as contributors, capable of shaping a more just and generous world. I want them to know how to connect with and honor people from all walks of life. All people, even tiny little people, tend to disregard facts that don't fit their existing narratives. That's not a character flaw, it's just simply how our brains work. So if we want to cultivate strong communities and raise children who are critical thinkers, compassionate, and adaptive, we need to give them more complete stories to hold on to as they move through our beautifully diverse world. Doing so quite literally reduces anxiety. It calms that fight or flight response that both children and adults feel, and it frees up energy for learning and growth. So my challenge to you is this: don't just recognize Arab American Heritage Month, but actually use it. Use it to tell richer stories. Stories that quite literally, from a brain research perspective, can stretch minds, can change children's neuroplasticity, can grow empathy, and can make space for our children to see themselves and each other's with more clarity and compassion. And the last thing I'll say is there are 22 Arab countries. I only speak from my own experience, but there are so many stories out there, and I hope you use this month to learn about our contributions, aspirations, and incorporate them into our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanaya, for sharing. At this time, I will move to reaffirm the month of April as National Arab American Heritage Month. Can I get a second?
Second.
Right. Do we have any public comments? Yes, we do. We have two. The first person that we will invite to the podium to speak is Nidal Nashashibi. I hope I said your name correctly.
Yep.
Hello, and I am here to speak for my own country.
Can I stand with you, baby?
And I think Arabs should have the right to speak, and everyone in the classroom should be able to learn about Arab months. And I don't think it's right that so many months have went by and none of the teachers in these schools have taught that none of the teachers that taught about Arabs. And I think that teachers should teach about Arabs Just thank you for letting me come up here.
Thank you, Nidal, for being strong and courageous in sharing your voice.
Marginalized groups, especially Arab Americans, are often not seen in their full humanity because their beautiful stories, cultures, and contributions to the world aren't shared, taught, or celebrated. As much as I try to bridge this gap at home, it isn't enough. When my child learns from me, he spends most of his waking hours at school and sometimes holds what he learns at school in a higher regard. While I very much appreciate my child's teacher's efforts in celebrating different cultures and the significance of many holidays, I worry that she might be an exception to the rule based on conversations I've had with other parents. Not only that, but so far there hasn't been any mention of Arab American Heritage Month in his class yet. He's learned important stories from Black History Month, Women's History Month, Cesar Chavez Day, Veterans Day, etc. So I'm hoping that there will be lessons coming this month, but I worry that the resolution that was adopted last year hasn't been fully implemented in the classroom. I saw a mention of Arab American Heritage Month in the district newsletter, which I appreciated, but much more is needed. Please reaffirm April as Arab American Heritage Month, and please take a meaningful approach in integrating Arab American studies in the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. Our next speaker is Fatima or Fatima.
Hi, my name is Fatima. I am a mom of a first grader. I did not get a chance to prepare comments, formal comments, because my husband has been out of town all week. My mom is watching my son and said, "Why are you going to a board meeting? What are you protesting?" And there's nothing to protest. I'm actually here to share my appreciation for this resolution. It's very meaningful. Let me tell you a tiny story why. Last year, when my son was in kindergarten, we were at a different school. We were at an environmental magnet program. And during Ramadan, I went into the school library to ask for books on Ramadan so I could read to my son. And the librarian said, "We don't have any books on Ramadan. There's no age appropriate books on Ramadan." And I was so shocked to hear that because she didn't understand the underlying racism and Islamophobia of what she was saying. And this was in stark contrast to just a couple months prior when there were literal, programs on Judaism and Christianity in December. So I moved my son from that school, despite it being more highly resourced than Sakamoto, where he goes now. But we found it to be so much more inclusive and we feel like we belong more. I'm not Arab, but I would like to see more curriculum with Arabs in mind because of one, what's happening historically right now, and two, for all the reasons that were just presented. So thank you, and let's do more. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Fatima. We have one virtual comment.
Hello.
Hello. You may
Oh,
give your
hello.
comment.
Hi, how are you? Good evening, Madam President. This is Jorge Prado. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, it is amazing that, and I hope you pass this resolution. It's so interesting that we teach algebra. Thank you to the Arab world. It's interesting that we talk about Sherazada and the 1001 Nights. It is interesting that we hear about Ramadan, as someone mentioned it, and still we don't honor all the greatness of Arab culture. Spaniards know something about it. And thanks to them, one of the most beautiful buildings in Spain were built by Arabs. So thanks so much for doing this. Thanks so much to the people that spoke. And I hope that when we mention algebra and we mention algebraic process of thinking in the report cards, etc., we also tell the kids what exactly that means and where it comes from and all the beauty of this culture. And thanks to them, that process of thinking, that algebra has brought the world as we know it right now in so many ways. And as well, hopefully, that war in Palestine ends soon, and hopefully those cultures can live together and in their own countries as they are, because Palestine has been a country for centuries. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. At this time, do we have any board discussion? Right, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Herbert.
Aye.
President Yu. Motion carries.
Great. Let's move on to item 6.3, resolution number 1500-04/25 in recognition of Day of the Teacher. Associate Superintendent Bowles, can you please present this item?
Thank you, President Yu. It is my honor to present this resolution in recognition of the Day of the Teacher. California's Day of the Teacher has its roots in the community, and teachers shape the leaders of tomorrow. They ignite the passion for learning, cultivate problem-solving skills, and nurture creativity. As mentors and guides, they leave an indelible mark on their students' lives, influencing their paths and shaping their futures. The teachers in Oak Grove School District, so many who have come tonight to our meeting, embody the core values of our district. Schools throughout California will be recognizing teachers during the month of May. In Oak Grove School District, each school site has their own traditions in the ways that they thank their educators for the contributions they have made in the lives of the children in our community. Recognition of the work that our teachers do is well deserved and serves to remind them of the tremendous impact that they make. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 1500-04/25, recognizing May 14th, 2025 as Day of the Teacher.
Thank you, Associate Superintendent Bowles. May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Do we have any public comments in person or online?
No.
Board discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Herbert.
Aye.
President Yu.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, moving on to public comment. This is an opportunity for individuals to address the board on any school-related issue, which is not a part of this evening's agenda. Are there any individuals who wish to speak to the board at this time? We have a healthy stack of speakers tonight. Because we have a plethora of speakers, we are actually going to limit the speaking time to 2 minutes. Right. The first speaker, Bob Prola.
If you bear with me for a second, we have some graphs for you to take a look at. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about salary and benefits. As you know, we are in negotiations right now. We're asking this school board to make Oak Grove educators a priority as we negotiate at the table. Please take a look at the very first graph that I handed you. It shows you how Oak Grove total compensation as a percentage of outgoing money It's dead last in this county. Full disclosure, that includes ASME and CSEA and the principals, all of whom deserve a raise as well. Let's take a look at the second graph. Second graph shows how over the last 5 years, spending on professional and consulting services has increased from $6 million to $12.7 million. I think that graph speaks for itself. Please take a look at the third graph. The third graph shows how the teachers' percentage of the Oak Grove budget has steadily decreased from about 35% to 29% of the overall Oak Grove budget. That is not prioritizing teachers. Please take a look at the next graph. That's certificated pupil support, also OGEA members, our psychologists, counselors, etc. That shows a very similar decline. It's obviously a much smaller population, but it shows how their percentage of the overall pie in Oak Grove, in the Oak Grove budget, has steadily declined for the last 5 years. The last graph is telling. It shows how Fund 40 in Oak Grove has one of the highest percentages in the county. For the record, we started this year with about $32 million in Fund 40. And if you count that to the $45 million that you rolled over in the general fund, you started the school year with about $77 million in cash on hand. That's more than enough to pay for everything we've asked for.
The next speaker is Lori Jo Short.
Hi, I'm Lori Jo, and I taught in Oak Grove for 28 years. I'm not going to stand here and lament the years gone by. All a family. Look out for each other. The Oak Grove way. I'm going to talk about the misdeeds and disrespect teachers in this district have had to and continue to endure. Our district is once again putting out misleading budget numbers. Board members, many of you are new. Welcome. Here's some history. I'd like to share every budget projection since I've been in this district shows Calero money running out. In 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it's always there. Oh, we're going to run out of Calero money. It's always there. Don't believe it. I know you here are declining enrollment necessitates paying the staff horribly. Don't believe it. It is the same smoke and mirrors we have seen over and over and over. Then all of a sudden in June, July, oops, there's children enrolled. We better scramble and hire a bunch of teachers, even starting classrooms with subs. Don't believe it. When admin tells you that we are treated fairly, more and more and more responsibilities in the years I've been here are piled on our plates. And if you like that list, let me know. I'm sure all of us can come up with that list. Morale is low and nothing is done to change that. Nothing. Teachers are being penalized. More and more meetings and told we aren't meeting the needs of our students. Don't believe it. We are not supported. And at my site, we haven't had an assistant psych or speech therapist since the pandemic. I know. Don't believe them. Please ask questions. Please reach out and ask us. Please don't be manipulated by the executive team.
Thank you, Ms. Short. Unfortunately, your time is up.
I know. You are their bosses. And please always ask yourself, should I believe them?
The next speaker is Hannah Carter. Is there a Hannah Carter to come up and speak? Hannah, before you speak, the next person we're going to tee up is Allison Williams, and then the next person after that is Nicholas Berry.
Hi, my name is Hannah Carter. I would much rather speak in front of students than adults, so bear with me. I've worked at Oak Grove School District for 4 years, and I'm speaking today because I love my job. At Oak Ridge Elementary, I feel valued and respected by my colleagues and my principal. However, I don't always feel that same respect coming from the district office. A major reason for that is our stagnant and depreciating salaries. Oak Ridge or teachers at Oak Grove School District deserve a salary increase. San Jose has one of the highest cost of living in the country. In fact, according to MIT's living wage calculator, it ranks as the most expensive place to live comfortably in the country. In our current salaries alone, it is impossible to afford housing and other basic necessities, and this is not sustainable. Our district is ranked 31 out of 33 for starting salaries, and a competitive salary is essential not only for teacher retention, but also for maintaining a high-quality education for our students. Fair compensation helps us retain experienced educators with deep knowledge and skills, and it also attracts new and diverse teachers to our school district. It is especially important as we face staffing shortages across San Jose and surrounding areas. In recent years, the expectation placed on teachers have grown significantly. We are now responsible not just for academics, but for also social emotional learning, technology integration, classroom safety, and so much more. Our salary should reflect these growing responsibilities. However, our district has not made teacher compensation a priority as a percentage of the overall budget. Teacher salaries have dropped 5% in recent years, while administrative salaries have remained the same percentage of the budget. I truly believe our district is special, but time, effort, and hard work should be rewarded by paying teachers what they deserve. Show us that you believe in our value and our impact for our students. Increasing teacher pay sends a clear message that educators are valued, respected professionals who play a vital role in the lives of our students. If the district truly respects us, then our compensation should reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Allison Williams. And when I was looking for my first teaching job 8 years ago, I was looking at the comparison, and at the time, Oak Grove still wasn't comparable to other districts I had an offer in, but everybody said, yeah, but your benefits are taken care of. So I was like, okay, I liked the school that I student taught in. I decided to stay here. And it's kind of a regret because every year we pay more and more for our benefits, and yet our pay and the compensation does not increase. It is incredibly difficult to make a living here. And as somebody with all of us here, this is a postgraduate credential we have to have. Many of us carry a master's, and it's still a struggle to make ends meet. It's hard to believe that we are a priority in a district where it is some days hard to put food on the table and get by and live life. And so if this district truly does value its educators and it's truly committed to attracting and retaining quality educators, then we need to put our money where our mouth is. And that involves higher pay. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I am Nicholas Berry. I'm a first grade teacher at Hayes, and I've now been in this district almost 8 years. And I came from San Jose Unified School District. I was looking for another school district to work in. And when I got hired here, I actually got a slight pay raise by moving here. And I've been very happy here in this district. Since then, things have changed. And if I were to be looking for a job in this district from San Jose Unified now, I would have to take a pay cut. I would not be able to work in this district. And by not offering a higher wage, higher salaries to teachers, you're going to be potentially losing experienced, highly qualified teachers who might want to work in this district. And just can't make the move because we don't get paid enough.
Okay, the next three speakers, we will have Mary Kutsos. I'm sorry, Mary, please come up. After Mary, Mariana Garcia Serrato and Carolyn Verdugo.
Hi, I'm Mary Kustos. I am a special ed teacher at Oak Ridge Elementary. And much like my last two colleagues that spoke, I started here 11 years ago, but I had a ton of experience. And I was actually at a job fair and I had a little special ed sticker on my badge. And I got pulled away I left that job fair with 9 job offers. I chose Oak Grove because of the benefits package and the pay at the time. Since then, if you compare it to the other 8 districts that were trying to hire me at the time, I have lost a lot of money, especially on the benefits portion. To have a family on Kaiser in this district is almost $500 a paycheck. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I find it ironic that we're standing here. I just got an award tonight for being a teacher. Dr. Chides was just talking about going to schools and seeing the amazing work. We're talking about Day of the Teacher, yet we're here begging for a salary increase that we deserve. So I ask the board to please, please, please work with the exec team, make us a priority and give us what we deserve.
Hello, I'm Mariana Garcia Serrato. I teach at Adventure, one of the special programs in the district. So I'm here tonight to speak as a teacher of 17 years in the district and over 20 if we count the years that I served as a volunteer in our classrooms. My colleagues and I are doing everything we can to support our students, often at the expense of our own well-being. It is time to make educators a true priority in the district. There is a proposal for compensation and benefits on the table that has not been addressed. Even if the proposed raise is granted in full, Oak Grove teachers will still remain behind our neighboring districts. Districts that, like ours, are not basic aid districts. In the past, we could point to our healthcare benefits as something that helped balance the scale. That is no longer the case. Out-of-pocket healthcare costs have skyrocketed, eroding any sense of security that those benefits once offered. More concerning is the long-term trend of how the district allocates its budget. In 2019 to 2020, teacher salaries and benefits accounted for 34.82% of total district spending. This year, they're projected to be just 29.9%. We are being asked to do more with less, all the while trying to keep up with a cost of living that continues to climb. Many of us are struggling to meet our most basic needs. If every educator walks into their classroom each day with the belief that students come first, then the district must also operate with the belief that educators come first. Because when we are supported, we can give our best to the students we serve. It is time to realign the budget with the values that we say we hold, starting with making educators a real priority. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Carolyn Verdugo, and I'm a resource specialist at Frost. This year, I have the privilege of working with first-year teachers who are doing an amazing job. But I think about how the first 5 years are critical. The new teachers always think, am I going to stay in this district? If we don't have competitive pay and a great benefits package, they're not going to stay. We're going to lose them, and we're going to lose more veteran teachers. So please work with our bargaining team and give us a salary increase.
The next three speakers are Brenna Jewell, Heather Turner, sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. And then Laura Briones.
Hello, good evening. I'm Brenna Jewell, teacher and community member. I was shocked, like everyone else, to hear that that management did not come to the table yesterday with a counter proposal for salary and benefits. Oak Grove educators deserve to be made a priority. We are not a priority when certificated staff's total compensation is 5% less in the budget than it was 5 years ago, and admin's total compensation percentage of the budget has stayed constant within the same period. Everyone in our district has felt the squeeze in both of our recent increases in our out-of-pocket benefits costs. We all lost a portion of the raise we did get due to our increases in contributions. While I realize that we are rejoining a pool to help minimize these drastic changes in the future, this still doesn't change the fact that we're paying much more out of pocket than we were just a year and a half ago. Lastly, my main question, the big question, is how can we attract new teachers when our salary is ranked 31 out of 33 districts in Santa Clara County? I was just talking to a teacher that is an intern at Oak Ridge, and she's in her program. It's all teachers that are in student teaching. And everyone laughed when they asked where she worked, and she said, "You should come to our district because it's great." And everyone laughed and they said, "We can't with that pay." So, and that's a true story from yesterday. So anyway, even if we only compare Oak Grove to other non-basic aid districts, new teachers are still making 5,000 less than Berryessa, Evergreen, Moreland, Franklin McKinley, and 10,000 less than Cambrian and Union. Those are all non-basic aid districts like us. Why would a new teacher choose us, Oak Grove? We all know that declining enrollment affects our funding, COVID funds are gone, and inflation is always increasing, but these are problems all over our county. All districts face these same challenges, and Oak Grove educators need to be made a priority, and we deserve more than being one of the lowest paid districts in the county. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Heather Turner, and I am, as I'm entering or in my 20th year, when I first started, wow, my pay and my benefits were pretty good for what was going around everywhere else. And now I'm at the point where it's not looking great as I see new teachers or student teachers in our lunchroom chatting about where they're looking at going. They're not looking at coming to our district because their pay is not looking like it's going to be good enough for them to come in. And as a 20-year educator, I shouldn't have to have a side gig to make sure I can pay for my health benefits. So, like, make us a priority, please.
Hello. My name is Laura Briones. As a dedicated educator, I urge you to make teacher compensation, including salary and benefits, a true priority in this year's district budget. This is not just about numbers, it's about values, respect, and the future of our schools. Teachers are the foundation of student success. Every day, I pour my time, energy, and heart into helping students grow academically, emotionally, and socially. If student achievement is our district's mission, investing in the people who make that possible, teachers, must be at the center of our financial decisions. Fair compensation is essential for retaining and attracting quality educators. Low pay is pushing talented teachers out of the profession and discouraging future educators from entering it. This cycle of turnover hurts students and costs the district more in the long run. Our responsibilities go far beyond the classroom. We are mentors, counselors, curriculum creators, and so much more. We work after hours, cover for shortages, and adapt constantly, all because we care. It's time that our compensation reflects the reality of our workload in the impact we make. This also includes healthcare and benefits. Affordable, reliable healthcare isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. We show up for our students every day, even when we're sick, exhausted, or dealing with personal struggles. In return, we deserve benefits that protect our health, our families, and our well being. When benefits are cut, our premiums rise, it's effectively a pay cut, and it directly affects teacher morale and retention. This is also about respect and sustainability. Prioritizing both salaries and benefits sends a powerful message that our work and our lives are valued. Please don't let teacher pay and benefits be treated as negotiable. They should be non-negotiable because our work is essential and our students deserve the very best educators. Thank you.
All right, the next three speakers are Sarah Nolan, Sandy Carranza, and Linda Peterman.
Hi, my name is Sarah Nolan, and I have been in the district for since 1998. I was hired, and I I'm sitting here and I didn't really prepare anything, but as I'm listening to everyone speak, I feel like we're fighting for like more, more, more. And I feel like what we really should be saying is we just want to be able to live here and survive. And some of us, so, like I've listened and I hear a lot of people speaking. I've been here for so long that when I looked at the salary schedules, I was like, well, obviously it would make sense for me to leave the district after 27 years. And then I looked and I thought, even if I moved to a different district, I would still probably make more than I make right now, even if I took a pay cut in years, which sounds insane to me. And I love teaching in this district. I came up with, a lot of the executive team. This district is very special, but we're getting to a point where being special 25 years ago isn't cutting it. And there are so many new teachers and we're losing them because we don't have the salary. And we're not even talking about we're just talking about being able to survive. And when we got an email about COLA, I felt like it was saying somehow we don't deserve this cost of living increase to just survive. I mean, everyone is feeling it. It's not like we're saying we want more and more and more. We just want to be able to survive and do our jobs we give every day to our students. And it's sad that we have to be here again. I feel like this is a ongoing thing over the last 10 years, fighting for us to just have survival money. So thank you.
Worth it.
Hello, my name is Sandy and I'm a teacher at Stipe. I've been with the district for 17 years and when I first came here, benefits are wonderful. As my family grew, I didn't see like the out-of-pocket hurt that much, but we're at the point where now I see that basically sorry, I'm on the wrist. Our health benefits for the family have skyrocketed in the last couple of years. And even though we have small increase in the COLA or whatever it is, I feel like we are taking a cut. And I feel like I'm having to pay more of out of pocket and I'm not seeing an increase in my salary. And I believe my salary deserves to be a priority in the district budget because the cost of living is high and continues to rise as well as everything. That's it. Thank you.
After Sandy, it was supposed to be Linda Peterman. No? Okay. Let's have Roger Baye. Roger? No? Is there a Roger here to speak? All right, next speaker is Yolanda Lemus. Lemos? Lemos? Thank you.
Lemos, sorry,
Thank you.
it's fine. There's only one E. Good evening. I was hired in this district in 1999. I have been in this district since 1977. My mother worked here and she was part of I'm going to call them now, the infamous Madres en Acción. What I do want to say is, and I'm going to read off this nice little sentence chart that provided by our union. Teachers and staff support deserve a fully paid healthcare plan. My salary and every certificated employee deserves to be a priority in this district. I have Ms. Morikawa's consent and to just say that it is not okay when a teacher has to have a second job, a side hustle. Ms. Morikawa would have loved to be here tonight in order to get her Quality Instruction Vision Award, but she's at her second job. So my healthcare and benefits need to be a priority because 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. And luckily, the plan at the time did cover most of the costs, but luckily, I have bought coverage, additional coverage, just in case. And luckily, I'm not in debt. We all deserve to be a priority in this district.
We are Christiara Garcia, Renee Featherston, and Florence Anderson. Christiara here. Is Renee here?
Hi, everybody. So I'm a CSA member, but I'm here tonight to support OGA. Because guess what? What's happening to OGA is happening to us too. We can't run your schools separately. So what affects them affects us. If your teachers can't afford to live here, you don't have teachers. If your support staff can't afford to live here, you don't have support staff. Dr. Scheides, I'm going to thank you so much for your report because you changed my entire speech. All those highlights, they don't happen without us guiding your students. They're great. That is awesome to hear that those things were so awesome to go watch. But guess what? We can't do them with running tired because we're working overtime. We can't do them when we don't have training days. Do you know, as an IA, I get one training day, maybe two if I'm lucky. And guess what? Your one-to-ones who work with your most needed students get none. One-to-ones get no training. Your IAs this year didn't get a secondary one because we weren't invited. So your OJ is asking for money for salary so they can do their job well. Guess what? They deserve it. As a CSA member, we're going to be fighting for the same thing. We're going to be fighting for a 7-hour shift maybe, because guess what? We can't do our job anymore. The increased behaviors, we're getting hurt. Your students are not getting support. Your staff needs to feel supported. That includes salary, medical benefits, training, and hands-on. Here it is, ready for August 6th, 2025. If I don't get trained, I can't support the teachers. Guess what? If I can't support them, our students are affected as well. Our numbers might look good on paper, but we are having serious struggles on staffing, on morale, on safety, and on supporting. So I really hope our new board, put on your plain clothes, don't come in suits. Our board, come have a visit. Spend one day in SDC, a full day. See what it looks like.
Thank you, Renee. Next speaker is Florence. Is there Florence Anderson? Florence Anderson. How about Sherry Jam?
Oh, sorry. I have nothing prepared, but I'm just inspired by everyone here. I work at Brunel. I love my job. I've been there 12 years. I teach 8th grade English. It's tough, right? Boots on the ground every day. I have multiple jobs. I do not just do my job. I do anything they need me to do. And I don't feel supported. I don't feel like our staff members get what they need. Just like you're saying, like I need these people to help me. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I always tell my students, I want to live in a community with educated people. And you can't get educated if you don't have good teachers. And people will not stay here if they're not paid well. It's just they can't survive. So look at us, honor us. We honor you. Take care of us.
Oh, sorry. Next person is Sabrina McDaniel. And then can we have Alejandra Martinez queue up after Sabrina?
My name is Sabrina McDaniel, and I am a 6th grade teacher at Ledesma and a resident of the Oak Ridge community. I've been a teacher for over 20 years, most of which have been in Oak Grove. I would like to speak about the current negotiations that are going on about compensation. We are all well aware that this is an incredibly expensive place to live. In fact, we are, as previously mentioned, we were awarded #1 in the nation in last week's news. I don't know that we should be proud of that, but we were. As the years have gone on, I've come to terms with the fact that I, with a lifelong professional career and multiple graduate degrees, will never be able to afford to buy a house anywhere near where I work. In the time that I have lived here, my rent has increased substantially, as have utilities, groceries, health benefits, and everything else. Unfortunately, our pay has not kept up, not even close. We are not competitive anymore with other districts. We cannot attract new teachers, and teachers who are early enough in their careers will leave and go elsewhere. Teachers like me are at the mercy of negotiations teams and an empathetic school board because we kind of have the golden handcuffs. We don't have the ability to leave because we would give up a lot in our years. Please make our compensation a priority. Please show our district that you value its teachers and all of the hard work that we do. Thank you.
I brought my fan club. No, I don't have anything prepared. I signed up on the fly. And I'm glad I said I brought my fan club because they're my fan club. I am their fan club. And I want you to be our fan club. You said how wonderful we are. You've been in my classroom. I want you, those of you that have not been in my classroom, please come to my classroom. I waited out for years to get hired in this district. I love this district. I love my job. I have my dream job and I waited out for this dream job. But I'm hearing, I know we're not, the thought of us not being a priority, especially our healthcare. I am, I don't know when I'm going to get sick. I consider myself a very healthy person, but if I were to get sick with the rates that we are having to pay right now, there is no way that I can make it. Yes, we deserve a salary raise. Yes, we deserve full coverage. One of the perks that made me sign on to Oak Grove was that health coverage. And now it's slowly dwindling. Not slowly, it's quickly dwindling. And so I do ask you all, please make us a priority. Please make our healthcare benefits a priority. Make our salary a priority, but give us a salary that is not going to be null and void because we have to pay our healthcare with that raise. So I ask you, please honor us as much as you said that teachers deserve the best and we are the best. And yes, we are the best. We are the best. Please honor that. Make us a priority the way we prioritize our students, the way we prioritize our parents, our community, and you guys. So thank you.
We do have 3 comments online. The first person will be Jorge Prado.
How do leaders serve their people? They may pay good wages and treat employees with respect. That was John C. Maxwell. Thank you so much for opening the mic for me, Madam President. You just hear all the teachers, and we CSCA are right there, and AFSCME is right there. So it's negotiation time, and you hear all those beautiful speeches from teachers. So I applaud them from here, and I do solidaridad with them. And I need them to do solidaridad with us. I need their solidarity because we are the other half. CSCA, AFSME are the other half in those classrooms. They are the ones that have the kids 35 in junior high, 20 something in elementary. But as they need us and we need them, we really, really, really need you to support every single one of us. It is not a demand, it's just common sense because without the students and without these 3 unions, well, we just disappear. So please consider when you talk about it, consider the team of negotiations of the 3 unions and just do what John C. Maxwell said. Pay good wages and treat employees with respect. Thanks so much.
We have Christina Chin. Make a comment, Christina Chin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, board members. I'm Christina Chin, a teacher at Adventure. I'm here today to urge the board to prioritize teacher salaries. The commonly accepted financial guideline is that no more than 30% of a person's monthly income should go toward housing. According to apartments.com, the average cost of a studio apartment in San Jose is $2,615. Using the 30% rule, a person would need to take home $8,716 per month to afford that rent, equivalent to an annual salary of at least $104,592. The reality is, a first-year teacher in this district, and even those with up to 10 years, an entire decade of experience, earns significantly less than this. We cannot expect educators to commit their lives to this profession only to struggle with basic housing. Nobody wants to work hard every day just to be homeless at night. If we want to attract and retain passionate, talented teachers, we must pay them a livable wage. Please prioritize teacher salaries. Thank you.
The last speaker is Farend Naman. Is Farend on?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I have a question or a comment unrelated to tonight's events, but I'm a parent of two children. I have a 7-year-old at Taylor and a 4-year-old who will be joining TK next year. And it seems like there's a lot of demand for kids at Taylor Elementary for TK. Right now, my child, who has an older sister at Taylor, is 9th on the wait list out of 20 kids on the wait list for Taylor. Right now, she's set to go to Anderson for TK, which I'm sure is a wonderful school and a great school. But I'm just hoping that maybe, the district could hire another TK teacher for Taylor Elementary, considering there is another full class worth of kids that are on the wait list. They mentioned that my child was 9 of 20 on the wait list. Obviously, if my child was 3rd or 4th on the wait list, I wouldn't really think it would make sense to add another class. But I'm thinking, like, if there's 20, the demand is there for a second class. And thinking of it from as a parent, right? We always think about what's best for our child, and I try not to think of it from a selfish point of view, but my daughter, who's 4 right now, is going to go from a preschool that's all she's known to Anderson, a school that she knows nobody in. And after that, we'll go to Taylor. And that's a lot of transition for a 4-year-old to 6-year-old in 1 year. I know a lot of people go through much worse, but I'm sure in the long run, she'll be fine in the end. But I just wanted to see if maybe the district could consider adding another TK class at Taylor.
Thank you, Farend. Your time is actually up, Farend. Thank you. Perfect. All right. Okay, that ends our public comment. We will now move on to employee bargaining unit comments. Do we have any union reps?
Good evening. First of all, I want to say how proud I am of all the people that came to support us. Thank you. And I know this is far from our comfort zone to stand up here in front of you and demand better salaries. OGA educators need to be a priority. Compensation has steadily declined since 2019. Administrative compensation has not declined. Salaries compared with districts, not basic aid, we are still at the bottom. We don't have an offer yet. And we made a modest offer. We keep hearing the word disconnect. And that's based on the health benefits that we have been paying for 2 years because they have double. Numbers don't lie. we can get a raise and better benefits. OGSD needs to make teachers a priority. We are the heart of the education system. Student success starts with teachers. When districts value and invest in teachers, teachers stay. We are professionals. A fair pay builds a better system. OGSD prove teachers are a priority. Thank you.
Hi, Chuck Baylat, CSCA chapter president. I'll be really quick. I just wanted to acknowledge our certificated staff, OGA members. Thank you for coming and supporting your fellow teachers. That means a lot, and you're the ones willing to speak up. So I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared, so I'm a little nervous. I wasn't going to speak. I thought I was going to get out of it tonight. But also, I want to acknowledge your bargaining team. They work pretty hard. They're doing an excellent job for you. We're in bargaining too, but we're further behind the process. But you guys do help pave the way. And most of the things that you guys are asking for and are priority to you are also a priority to us. So I just appreciate their work. And also, it's not my job to introduce them, but ASME President Elias is here. It's the first one he's been to, and I just wanted to welcome as a fellow president.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. For those that don't know me, my name is Elias Velasco. A building maintenance worker here. I've been here since 2017. I am the new AFSCME president, and I'm here to support our brothers and sisters to let them know that we have their back. Thank you.
All right, thank you, bargaining units. Let's move on to consent agenda. Superintendent Chidas, please present the consent agenda.
Thank you, President Yu. At this time, I would like to recommend to the Board of Trustees to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll go ahead and motion to accept to approve the consent agenda as presented. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Okay. Any public comments in person or online or discussion? Let's take a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Members Yola Carr.
We did board discussion. If you have a question, you can motion to take a consent item out of it and approve the remainder.
Aye.
Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Torres.
Aye.
Vice President Obear.
Aye.
President Yu. Motion carries.
Okay, we are going to take a quick 4-minute break. We will come back in 4 minutes.
Nancy first, Francis.
Bien.
I know, got a little long. I'm sorry. Okay, but you guys spoke well.
They were gonna stay for the fight, but it got low. Yeah. All right, see you guys. Okay.
And I'm gonna say. Yeah, it's really great ways. And you had more than good.
My son. Chips and dip. Home late tonight, sir. Turn on the TV, bro.
We're gonna talk numbers? Not tonight.
I'm here to find. I know.
I'm just nosy. Oh, Janae's gonna go first.
Let me see the writers.
All right, we will reconvene. The break is over. That was more than 4 minutes. Right. At this time, we are going to move on to information items. All right. I would like to thank the principals for staying and for your patience. We know that this is a very long meeting. At this time, let's have Assistant Superintendent Enna. Can you please present agenda item 7.1, Herman Learning Community School presentations?
Great, thank you, President Yu. Let me just share my screen. And slideshow mode. You have the clicker up there. All right, we're ready to go. All right, so this is our third of its kind of the presentations that provide you an overview of the programs and goals and actions of each of our schools. Tonight, we have with us the Herman Learning Community here to present. And we also have Del Roble, who I mentioned last month, will be joining Davis Learning Community next year because their whole school will be enrolled in the TWEBE program, which matriculates to Davis. But Del Roble is still part of the Herman Learning Community, so you'll see them tonight. And as with the previous two presentations, we'll go one after the other and then open it up for questions and comments at the end. We're very proud to present our Herman Learning Community schools. And with that, I'd like to invite Christy Flores up to the mic, who is our lead principal for the Herman Learning Community.
Thank you, Janae. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to showcase all of the amazing things happening for students at Herman and Adventure STEM. My name is Christy Flores, and I am the proud principal of this unique site that runs two distinct programs that collectively strive to engage our students daily and empower them to excel academically and socially. I have served the Oak Grove School District at both the elementary and intermediate levels as a teacher and administrator for 32 years. This is my 6th year at Herman and Adventure, and I am accompanied tonight by our outstanding assistant principal, Mr. Brian Meankline. Together with community stakeholders, we at Herman and Adventure STEM are focused on preparing students for college and careers. Herman Adventure strives to provide a nurturing and safe environment that fosters a rigorous academic and technological curriculum to prepare students to become lifelong learners. The faculty and staff at Herman and Adventure STEM believe that all students can achieve. We are dedicated to providing an academic environment that will ensure student success. To this end, we will provide a safe and orderly campus, curricula that aligns with the California content standards and core curriculum, daily instruction meeting individual student needs, programs and activities that enhance academic achievement, as well as each student's social and emotional growth. Herman and Adventure's combined student population fluctuated between 712 and 724 students this year, making us the largest school in the district. We have a rich diversity made up of 38% Hispanic, 32% Asian, 3% African American, and 18% white students. 36.4% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and just under 10% are multilingual learners. One of our goals is to perform daily instructional walkthroughs of classrooms and provide feedback to teachers. The focus of these walkthroughs are high levels of rigor with targeted support for our multilingual learners, students with IEPs, and 504s, culturally relevant curriculum and instruction, and substantial student engagement. The focus on these three factors have obtained a meet standard or performance level of green on the California dashboard in both language arts and math. Our work during professional learning communities has led to strong high school preparation and 439 students earning a 3.0 grade point average for the first semester this year. When disaggregating our data by student groups, it shows that we still have work to do. In language arts, we do not have any students performing in the red, but we continue to focus on our Hispanic students and students with disabilities. We made growth with our English learners and long-term English learners, and our Asian, white, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students continue to perform at standard. Our students with 2 or more races moved from green to blue last year. In mathematics, we had 2 student groups in the red, long-term English learners and students with disabilities. Hispanic students and English learners performed in the orange, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students performed in the yellow, standard nearly met. Our Asian and white students met standard again, and again, our students with 2 or more races exceeded standards. In science, approximately 60% of our students are meeting or exceeding standards. When we break the data down into the 2 grade levels tested, 5th grade had 65% of students meeting or exceeding standard, and 8th grade is at 58%.
My turn. Good evening. My name is Brian Minkline. I'm the assistant principal at Herman. I've been lucky to be part of the Herman community for 23 years now. I was a language arts teacher for 20 years, and now I'm in my 3rd year as an administrator at the same site. And I'm proud to say that I've been there and happily in that community as it's transitioned through a lot of change. And one of the biggest things that we really have strived to work on this year and towards the latter end of last year is really talking about how that SBC data that our students are performing on, how that plays a role in our society and our school culture. Last year, when students were asked, do you feel safe at school? We had about a 91% yes rate. That 91% means that we had 9% of our kids who said, I don't know that I can answer that with a pure yes. And that really led to us having to rethink and look deeper at to why are 9% of our kids, roughly 65 kids out of that 700, why are they struggling and what do they need? This year, we've really created a school-wide focus to try to build relationships between our teachers, our staff, our students, and our families. And so far this year on our SBC data, we've been able to get that number up to 96% on the first round of that data. How have we done that? We've done a couple of things this year. Number one, we started what we call CAT team meetings. These are our counselors, administrators, and teachers who meet on Wednesday mornings to talk about students who have the greatest needs. We have an advisory period that really heavily focuses on SEL, so our socio-emotional learning for our students and how they grow up and how they engage and interact with their own feelings and emotions, but also with one another. We've started the process of working with staff and the front office to utilize restorative practices. And we really put the students at the forefront. So really trying to drive and let the students drive the daily routines of school with our student council and our leadership classes. Our student council and leadership has done a whole lot, and they're involved and active every single day, mostly at lunchtime and break time and before and after school for students. They create rallies, student government, and the experience of that for the students involved, dances, spirit days, lunchtime activities, competitions at lunch, fundraisers, birthday grams for students on their birthdays, and putting up posters and banners all over school to celebrate whatever it is that it's time to celebrate, whether it be during a week, a month, or a specific day of the year. One thing I'm most happy about is that when it comes to those relationships, how do you show that we're actually building those relationships? This is my favorite chart for that. This chart shows the referral data that our teachers have sent up for students on a weekly basis. The blue is when I took over as administrator. That was how many referrals were being sent up to the office in my first year as an admin. And you'll notice in some of those, we're at the 20, 30s, 40s, even more. And when we work with how do we bring that down, we need to educate not just our staff, but our families and students on what are the expected behaviors using PBIS and other elements of that. So you can see that the blue was 3 years ago. The brown, slightly behind the green, was the weekly referral rate last year. And the green is the weekly referral rate that is occurring this year. So really proud of that number for our staff, our students, and our families. What have we also done? We've created more celebrations. So at the end of every 6-week grading period, we have Patriot games or we have rallies, and they swap off at the end of every 6-week cycle. These are rewards for students who have performed at whatever that minimum was for academics, behavior, and attendance throughout that 6-week cycle. And this is where we want to celebrate their successes, especially at Herman, each and every day. And we wouldn't be able to talk about student relationships if we didn't include our counselors. If I could put every single teacher on a slide, I would, but there would be a lot more slides and we'd be here a lot longer. But the counselors are supporting those teachers are supporting those students and the families. And together we've been able to really provide as much support as possible for the students who need it the most each day. We've had lunchtime clubs every day at lunch. They rotate throughout the week. These are student driven. So at the beginning of every year, students assign or ask for a certain type of club. They have to go get signatures. And then we kind of fill in those spots with the teachers who choose to host. And then we also have a number of teachers who host impromptu versions of clubs throughout the year. And then this year, we've got after-school sports like all the middle schools, cross-country, softball, basketball, volleyball, soccer, and track and field, which has just started. But we're most proud of our girls this year because we've got 2 championship teams this year. Our girls softball team and soccer team both won the county championships for our region, so we're proud of them. Go Patriots.
We have an amazing music program. Our spectacular music teacher reaches over 260 students daily with her love of music, teaching, and performing. Our concert, symphonic, and adventure bands perform collaboratively for the community 3 times a year and also compete at multiple festivals throughout the year. This year, we had the privilege of performing at Disneyland. Just got back. Herman offers a robust semester-long elective selection infused with several options for visual and performing arts. In 7th grade, students can choose to learn about forensics, life skills, which includes career exploration, financial literacy, sound decision-making, and refusal skills, to name a few components, piano or art. 8th graders choose from advanced art in art and design, guitar, ethnic studies, or computer science. Our band, yearbook, and leadership electives are year-long and host both 7th and 8th graders. At Herman, we are also extremely proud to have the highly sought-after Adventure STEM program option for 5th through 8th graders that helps students learn through hands-on projects in science, technology, engineering, and math. It is a small school model with 2 cohorts of students at each grade level. It teaches important skills like problem solving, teamwork, and implementing technology into their daily work. Students are encouraged to think creatively, work collaboratively, and make a difference in their community. Adventure boasts a supportive and rigorous learning environment where students are trained to work with and support one another. The program helps students stay curious, set goals, and become lifelong learners who are ready for the future. Some highlights throughout the year are the 4 student exhibition nights where students showcase their learning to the community. A fan favorite is the charity fair, where students work in groups to research a charity that appeals to them, and they create a presentation and a project to sell. The money earned gets donated to the charity the entire program votes for. For example, last year we raised $5,300 for the Environmental Defense Fund. The program also includes 3 parent information nights where families can learn about the pathways to college and career readiness, as one example. One of the foundations of adventure is public speaking. Students learn the skills of speaking to an audience, and each year the scaffolds are removed until their 8th grade year, where each student can speak to each part of their project on their own. They learn web design, coding through Java, C++, Python, to name a few, and move on to engineering in 8th grade, where they design bridges, roller coasters, and board games. Herman at Adventure STEM is an exciting, engaging, and safe place to learn. I would like to introduce Dr. Miguel Rodriguez from Del Roble Tweeby.
You. All right. Thank you, team from Herman, kicking it off. And I wanted to say thank you to the board and everybody, so earlier tonight, really, really intense. Haven't been to a board meeting in a little bit. So thank you for all the stuff behind the scenes that you do, right, to serve our community. Miguel Angel Rodriguez Flores Jr., Dr. Rodriguez's students, and proud principal of Del Roble Elementary School. And forgive me, I'm not on camera, so I don't have to worry about it. But you see this one. So calling it, right? So in the past, so this is my first year, completing first year, right? In my history, I started as a high school teacher and school leader. At this point in my career, I've served as an alternative high school principal, served as a middle school principal, and now elementary school principal. Once I became a dad, I'm like, I can handle the little ones, right? And so in the past, Del Roble, right, we've created, for newer board members, there are like 2 schools within a school. There's a Tweeby side, right? And we served obviously this, and now so you see this, like the moving from Del Roble, and even when you go into IC, you have to go to a different tab. There's a Tweeby side, and then there's a Del Roble side. And now moving forward in our history is it's one school, right? It's Del Roble. And like you see the tourism in Mexico, you go to these amazing places and they call it Pueblo Mágico, Tlaquepaque, Pueblo Mágico, like Del Roble. We don't have the sign up yet, but it's un pueblo y una escuela mágica. So it's a magical school and community, right? With our scholars, teachers, staff, and community members. Our mission, right? Our mission, short, at Del Roble Elementary School, our mission is to provide a caring, engaging, and stimulating 21st century environment where children will recognize and achieve their full potential, right? And so in here, I mean, this is where we've seen vision and mission, right? And then you'll see through the presentation some of the day-to-day actions, and really building on the foundation that somebody else in the room, Dr. Mondragon, right? And many of the teachers that were here, you heard Alejandra, and you saw a couple of our teachers that were recognized that I just leading on, what do I want to say? Building on what they've built, right? In some ways, carrying on their coattails, but building on that legacy. Here's what I'm going to share just as a reminder of a dual language school. We do build on these 3 pillars. We build on high academic achievement. We build on bilingualism and biliteracy, right? It's not just bilingualism, but biliteracy. And then social cultural competency. And so then you see the why. Why do we do that? Out of equity and social justice, right? Critical consciousness. In my own lifetime, this school couldn't exist, and now it does, right? Now it's a culturally sustaining, safe place to be who you are, shine as brightly as you can, and you saw that from some of our teachers and staff that spoke earlier today. And the who? Emerging bilinguals or emerging, right, multilingual learners. All right, our demographics. So we're a little bit higher than this, working hard to have our classrooms maxed out. You may already know, right? But after first grade, it gets really, really hard to then recruit. And any students that leave for a variety of reasons, it's hard to fill those spots, right? So we're working hard on filling and having those classrooms maxed out. And so we're a little bit under 420 grade levels, TK through 6. Now remember, this is the first year that we don't have 7th and 8th grade on our site in a few years, right? So we went TK to 6. And as you heard earlier, then our students after this year will begin to move directly into Davis. Right, English learners, just under a third. Socioeconomic status students, right, 40%. We're a non-Title I school. And then the demographics you see there, maybe a little bit misleading. There is, if you look at the dashboard data, right, or you look at other state data, this is a pretty traditional reflection. But then there are many students that will identify as multiracial, right? And so anywhere from 40% in there is in terms of multiracial. And so here's where you see the dashboard really approaching over the last couple of years, a little bit of retreat and charging, but approaching that standard, we're just a few points below standard in ELA. And then math, we have a little bit more work to do, And I think that, one of the most critical areas over the next few years, we are a dual language school. It takes time to learn those two languages, but we do want to improve upon the numbers where we see the reclassification rate or English learner progress to move forward. Here's where you see suspension data that reflects. Here's where we're really impressed by the data on referrals, right? We had on our site, we're shooting for a couple students push the envelope last week and this week, right? Shooting for 0 suspensions this year, right? Where a student earns that intervention. But we're a really safe school, right? And chronic absenteeism continue to be a part of that overarching, you got to come to school every day. Proud to serve on the SARB earlier today, the first SARB in our district, and found really supportive team with Dr. Genevieve Dorsey and her team, right? And we're working on that number. And here's where really, again, building on the legacy over the last couple of years, you're seeing the slide ahead of you, but recognition for Cabot for an excellent award winner, right? The Glenn Hoffman Exceptional Program. And then hot off the press within the last year, we are now a model, right? A model or demo site school for SEAL, one of 2 schools. So now we're helping to carry the load of our sister school at Edenvale. And here's where you see, I'm not going to read all these bullet points, right? If you have a hard time, no, I'm not gonna use that joke. All right. And so again, I mentioned we're one of two SEAL schools in Northern California. And then our teachers, you heard Maestra Martinez earlier. I am the best. We are the best, right? And I think there's a well-earned chip on their shoulders, just in terms like there's this confidence that they have about the work that they do, this mission-driven work that they do on our campus for our students and our community. And you see that, and we want to carry the load. And they're open to visitors, and they want to go out and learn. So there's this infectious energy on our campus where they want to continue to be lifelong learners. Here's a slide just as a reminder. We're a 90-10, right? We're a 90-10 model. We're predominant. And this is one of the strengths at the school is really the fidelity. On that first day of school, my wife and 2 daughters and the best mother-in-law in the world visited the school. And they were like, wow, what I see in the classroom is what I see in the break room. And it isn't like they turn on and it's like a show and now they turn it off. Like they are who they are in front of their students, our scholars, and they are who they are in the break room. And they're just amazing. And their energies and passion are contagious. Here's where you begin to see also one of the strengths of our community is our parent engagement. I'm sure just like many of our schools, and here just are some of the images, right? Just we have family members that are connected to Cesar Chavez, and we had assembly last week. We have family members there. For us, it's not Coffee Klatch, but it's called The Village. And so they led a parent-led a celebration and an assembly for our students to honor and celebrate Black History Month. We have, families that are not just Chicano, Latino, or Hispanic, right, that come and they have space to celebrate Lunar New Year and others. And then just the community of parents in terms of volunteer efforts and donations. Here's where you began to see some of the teachers earlier today. And tomorrow, I'm working on this one, but tomorrow is like, all right, Dress Kindness Day tomorrow. I'm not sure what that's going to look like, but really, like they are over the top. They're so, and they challenge me to demonstrate that and bring that energy. And then here are just some of these images, like in the lower left-hand corner. Yeah, we do have Wonder Women, right? We have super women. We have amazing leaders on our campus, and they're just fun to be around, and they shine brightly, and they allow students. Here on the lower right-hand corner, this is Alejandra Martinez as well. We're at the end of our SEAL visit. She came in, and as a bonus, she's like, "Hey, let me answer questions to the teachers that came in," and she served right as a one-woman show. To be like, all right, what does SEAL really look like in planning? What does SEAL really look like in commitment? What does SEAL really look like? And now something that we did new that in other SEAL visits we hadn't done. And then families are a strength. So this year, really wanting to engage the community fully as we become and have that identity as one community, one school. And so we have new, right? A fall barbecue. We had a pozolada event, 12, that picture in the middle, 12 different pots of pozole. Right, so you're invited to the second annual next year, green and red and white, but for Dia de los Muertos, for different activities, right? They're there for us and engaging. And here's a diverse celebration of our students that you see here. Um, and then I think another telling part is just the number of students whose parents work there, right? That is a telling sign. They go to school there, right? They go to school where their mom works, and it's a really telling pick. And then you're like, all right, what's next? What's next for us to work on? Dual language Tweeby, that one school, one community identity, that rigor around newcomers, right? And a welcoming space, increasing the number for multilingual learners, creating an ambitious TK6, what I'm saying, a scope and sequence. Like we're planning out what's happening in the classroom, but we're planning that out also for extracurricular activities. And then we're being ambitious to work with nonprofits and fundraise to make that a reality for all of our students. Yes. Integrations, I see the head nods, and just PBIS recognition. We're working on that process to do that. And so with that, all right, Directora Harrigan from Frost. Thank you.
Okay, put my glasses on here. Good evening. Greetings to our board. Greetings to our superintendent, Dr. Chides. Greetings to our cabinet members and to our administrators and all the guests who have stayed the course. All right. My name is Tavia Harrigan, and I am the proud principal of Frost Elementary. This is my 3rd year at Frost. And while I might be new to Oak Grove and new to Frost, I'm not new to education. This is my 13th or 14th year in administration, and I've been either the administrator over or a teacher in the classroom of ages TK through elementary to middle school to high school to adult education. I've done alternative ed, special ed, general ed, you name it, I've probably done it somewhere. But I'm so happy to have found my home here with Oak Grove. And it is wonderful to be the principal of Frost. We have a proud 60-year legacy of educating students in this community at Frost. In fact, this past Friday, we had a huge, awesome celebration celebrating the 60th anniversary of Frost. We had over 100 present and past staff members and students there to celebrate. And our superintendent even spoke, and we got a proclamation from Assemblywoman Gail Pellerman. We got a recognition letter from the Secretary of State, and we just reminded everybody in the area that Frost is still soaring and serving this community. So we're really excited about that. And a treat was Jen Frost, the granddaughter of Earl Frost, happened to grace us that evening as well. So we're really excited about all the work that's happening at Frost. So you see the little plaque on the wall? That's what gave me the idea to do the celebration. I looked and it said 1964. And then I found the yearbook from 1964 to 65. I said, we got to do this. All right. So we're still located at 530 Gettysburg Drive. Here is our mission. Frost Elementary School will provide every student an educational experience that's rigorous, relevant, rooted in relationship. Each student will play an active role in their journey toward college and career readiness. And I just have my lovely front office staff that's there. We decided for the first time this year to actually try to have a theme. So we kind of had this Mardi Gras type thing going on. It was really fun. We have 312 students at Frost, 12 classes, TK through 6th grade. We have approximately 43% Hispanic Latino students, 26% white, 15%, 26% Asian, 15% white, and our Black African American, it's 4%, or 10%, depending on if you include all of our multiracial students who claim they're Black as well. We have 36% socially, economically disadvantaged. And that's an important number because when I arrived there 3 years ago, we were only at 22%. So our demographics is changing a bit. And it's beautiful. We have 14 home languages represented. And we have a song that we developed 3 years ago that says, Frost is a place for us all. So you've heard about the LCAP goals. We have the same LCAP goals. We have the same SIPSA goals. And we have actions underneath all of those goals. And you will see those actions in action in the subsequent slides. Pretty much all of the things that are listed here, you'll have a chance to have a little glimpse of that. But most importantly, we want all of our students to be proficient in meeting or exceeding our all Common Core standards. So looking, where are we with our state assessment? So we have some work to do. Last 22-23 school year in ELA, approximately 46% of our students were demonstrating proficiency. And then last year, when our students took the state test, we had 50% showing proficiency. And while that's still not where we want to be, we know that we're heading in the right direction, even though we have large class sizes and combo classes. Our teachers are really working hard to make sure that all of our students are showing some growth. And then want to look quickly at our math scores. The year prior to me arriving, 21-22, 35% of our students were showing proficiency in the area of mathematics. And then after that first year, we really focused on math, the year 22-23, and we saw a jump. We saw a jump to 42%. And then we started last year, we were still focused on math, but I know some people thought it was a fluke. Oh, you jumped from 35 to 42%. Well, bam, we did it again last year, 42%. And like I said, that's not exactly where we want to be, but we learned that it wasn't a fluke. Our students are making progress and we are going in the right direction. So how are we doing that? What are we focusing on? I believe in these 3 M's. The first one is mindset, motivate, and monitor. We want our kids to have the mindset that they are able to learn, they can learn, and they like learning, and learning is fun. Coming to school is fun. This is what we want them to think about when they think about school, that I go, I learn, and it's fun. We look at Henry Ford. He said, whether you think you can or think you can't, either way, you're correct. So we want to make sure our kids have the mindset that yes, we can. So a lot of what we do, we focus on mindset, we focus on motivation. This year, the first thing we did was we revamped our PBIS and turned our expectations into an acronym that says SOAR, which goes along with our Frost Falcons. So whenever we say to our kids, Frost Falcons, they all say SOAR. And if they're acting up, I say, are you soaring today? Show me that you know how to soar. And SOAR stands for safe, on task, A, act responsibly, and R, respect. Be respectful. So they all know that every day we're expecting for them to be soaring. And here are some of the things that we do to help that mindset and motivation. I'm really big on setting goals. And so goal setting has been a major tenet of what we do. Our teachers set goals, our students set goals. And the students know that when they achieve their goals, we have VIP parties, and that is all the rage. You want to make sure you get into the next VIP party, and you do that by reaching your goals. We also have started lunchtime athletics to try to keep students engaged so they're not getting in trouble. I'm really proud of our after-school STEAM Academy. There you see graham crackers and pink and blue frosting and marshmallows. You wouldn't believe they are making models of the human heart and learning how it operates. You see a young lady there at a VIP party. We were having races with holding marshmallows and cotton balls on spoons. It's so amazing the little things that they enjoy. And the last two pictures there, we see our Saturday Academy. I'm really proud of our Saturday Academy. We try to make it as fun and as engaging as possible. That picture right there, we have our students making pillows. And you would say, well, why are you making pillows? Well, it helps the fine motor skills as well as their creativity. And we found that most of our kids did not know how to tie. They could tie knots when they left. And then we also want them to always leave on Saturday, really excited and really happy for being there. So we do a lot of food crafts. As you see in that last picture, we have a young lady, on this day we had strawberries. And so they had straws and they have fresh strawberries, and we talked about the nutrition. And then of course they got a chance to dip the strawberries in something maybe sweet. And then they got to dip it in something else. And then they were all excited and happy, but it was a healthy strawberry. And so our student council, they are the ones that organize our lunchtime sports. And then we have these spirit days. As you can see, we have a number of students dressed up as their future selves. Many of them wanted to be teachers. Some of them wanted to be athletes. And my little one there in the suit in the pink tennis shoes, she said her future self is president. And I think she can make it. So our teachers also focus on motivation and mindset with really intriguing hands-on inquiry-based projects. You see making lemons with batteries, chariot races, small group activities, music. We really work together to make school as fun and as engaging as possible. And we have our partnerships with our home and school club, the Links, Coffee Clutch, San Jose Police Department, Think Together. We all of them help provide extra enrichment to our students, such as festivals, such as assemblies. We also have our choir, after-school choir that's sponsored by our home and school club. We have the Links group, which brought science to our Saturday Academy and provided groceries and gifts and books to a number of our students. So we have a whole village that's working together to prime and to pump up the mindset and the motivation of our students. And then last but not least, we monitor. Are we making a difference? Is it being impactful? So you see there, our teachers are working on the data. They're talking about, they're collaborating, they're figuring out what do we need to do next to reach our students. And because it's me, of course, we're going to have to make slime while we do that. And we're going to have hula hoops, and we're going to have cards, because I believe that if I make it fun for the teachers, they'll know how to make it fun for our students. Because I believe that if you have lots of love and you have lots of laughter, learning will automatically happen. So as we get ready to close, I just had a number of pictures of our VIP parties and our students who are happy and safe and whole. We also recently got an award, CalSPRA Public Relations Award for our video. So we have an award-winning video. Please check it out. And when you have a second, come by Frost. We have this new word that we made up at Frost. It's called fantastic. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're trying to have each and every day, a fantastic day. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to share about Frost.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nasreen Hussein, and I'm the principal of Indigo. And thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak with you this evening, and to the board, and to our executive team, and the members of the community. So, we have a lot to say about Indigo, but we'll try to keep it to 8 to 10 minutes. Indigo is a program option of the Oak Grove School District. And at Indigo, we make education a community passion. And so a part of that community, so I'm principal and I'm here, and we have our secretary, Mimi, is here, and we have our PTA president, Holly, she's here, and then we have our student council president, Miss Eliana, back there. And you'll see how this all works together because we are a community-based school. And a little bit about me, this is my first year as principal, but prior to this, I was a teacher at Indigo for 14 years. And I came to Indigo 14 years ago when it was a relatively new program on purpose. I just finished my master's in education, and I recognized Indigo as a place that was using research-based practices. And they say sometimes, it takes a while for the research to make it to the classroom. And the innovation spirit that our superintendent had back then, he was willing to start a program that allowed us to do that. And so I was really thankful that I was there. And I don't usually say this when I speak to our kindergarten parents who are looking for a school, but I will tell you, I do bring so I was in tech for 10 years before I came to education. And I do bring that spirit of innovation and what's working and what's not working and problem solving to education. And it makes every day exciting because we can do that with our community. We bring them along. So a little bit about us. We are a K-5 elementary, as well as a 6-8 middle school. And one of the nice things about being involved with Indigo for as long as I have, I was the first 4th grade teacher, and because it started off small and it grew as it went. And so it's been fun to watch it grow into a full program. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we are a program option. And we are housed on the Frost campus. So we get to spend time with our Frost friends over here. So here's our mission. So our mission, being a choice program, I get the morning right, being a program option, our mission is really important to us. We have it posted in the office, we have it in our classrooms, and we start every meeting with it. And I'm going to go ahead and read it for us right now. So Indigo is a safe and caring K-8 program designed to educate the whole child. We provide multi-age interactions and constructivist learning activities through a positive discipline approach. This approach is supported by strong parent involvement, and Indigo values the unique learning styles, skills, and abilities of each child so they will be prepared to make a positive impact on the world. So there's a lot there. So we're going to unpack that as we go along here. And so here you get to see a representative, a visual of how we make education a community passion. So we have our teachers and staff. We have 13 classes. That includes our art class. We have our students, 272 students at this time. And we have our parents. And we'll be talking about how we weave them into our program as we go. And so you can see it matches our logo, teachers, students, families working together. So our student demographics. So of our 272 students, we have 32% white, 24% Asian, 31% Hispanic. And we have some 2.3 African American Black, 2 or more races, 8%, and Native Hawaiian, other Pacific Islander, about 8.8%. And you'll see here that we actually have a balanced representation in our demographics. And let's talk about we wanted to talk about our data a little bit here. So this is from the California dashboard, as well as our Connecting and Belonging survey that we do within the district. So we work really hard to have Indigo being a community where students, families, teachers, parents all want to be there. And so we are happy that our attendance is at almost 96%. So that's something we value when we work hard at. And then we have our English language arts is within the green. We have 63% at or above proficiency. And with math, we dipped a little bit this year. We're in the yellow. We've been in green historically. So we're at 49.5% at or above proficiency. And so that's our goal for this year. We set math as our growth for us. And in the middle here, we have our belonging and connectedness data. And we have 95% students feel safe at school, and 83% of our students feel connected to a trusted adult. And that's a sort of a representation of the work that we do to foster a caring community. So so now I wanted to talk about the elements of our program option. Sorry, I can't reach this mic here. Okay, so we are a constructivist learning program. And so we are standards based, but the way we access the curriculum is through constructivist learning. And so what that means is the students are active participants in the learning process where they get to make connections. They have project-based learning, problem-based learning, thematic instruction, and they have discovery and inquiry. And so they get to reach deep, rigorous learning and from kinder all the way through 8th grade. And it's really fun to watch this process and how it works. And with that, and so that with the learning being connected, they get to build those neurological pathways, and they can connect what they're learning and apply it in the real world. And then the second component of our school is positive discipline. And what that does, it allows for our students to have that sense of safety and belonging and significance. And it also it gives the students skills to do all that social navigating that you do with constructivist learning. So they have class meetings, they participate in decision making and problem solving, and mistakes are opportunities to learn, and a lot more. And I'm happy to say that Indigo is actually a positive discipline lab school. So there's only 7 schools in California that are lab schools. And so that's due to our consistent application of positive discipline. And then we're going to touch on the parent involvement here. For this section, I chose you see a parent working in small groups. And then we see a logo that our parent group made, our DEEB parent group made, and it's all children, all families. And I just love that. It just shows how everybody has a place and they belong with us. And then, of course, we are a program option, and we have our student council with Dr. Chai is there. And so for our elementary school, here's some of our programs and services. We have thematic project-based learning, SEL curriculum, monthly field trips, Indigo art and music program, weekly garden lessons. We have enrichments, sewing, martial arts, coding, for example, and then we have after-school programs. And you'll see in some of our pictures here, our kids are sewing with parents and doing martial arts with parents and gardening and doing art. And we're really thankful that our parent involvement allows us to bring all these enriching experiences to our students. And we have a middle school program as well. And one of the things that brings students to our middle school program is that we have a full middle school schedule in a caring community. So what that allows us to do is that we still do our project-based learning and our problem-based learning and our field trips. We have electives, and we tap into our parent towns and resources. And because students are active participants in the learning process, we also ask the students what they want to learn about, and they contribute to the electives that we have. And that's one of the things that we can do with a small school. And we have after-school sports as well. And so we're excited to be able to offer that. And you can look at our pictures here with some of the field trips and enriching activities they do. And so we also have our SIPSA goals here. They do align with the district goals. And I'll just touch on the first 2 in interest of time. So goal 1, we want all students to be proficient. And one of the things we do at our school is we do allow the teachers planning time. So we set aside 3 days a 3 days a year, so the teachers can collaborate, and allows them to build on the strengths that they already have and implement all the good ideas they pick up at the district professional development. And we find that with the teacher collaboration, that really allows the learning to come together. So we prioritize that. Our second goal is we want to accelerate our diverse students. And with that, we have enrichment, we have interventions, and we've been working with our ELTP coach and really focusing on language functions throughout the curriculum. And the teachers are really happy with the growth that we've seen. And so we'll just touch on two for today. So parent involvement. So now we can talk about the parents a little bit more. So the parents at Indigo, they have weekly volunteerships. They contribute to community events. Their parent committees, like we have in the district. We have an active PTA that helps coordinate all this. We have community meetings. And I think one of the things that's special about Indigo is, we're all in it together, teachers, students, and parents. And so we have parent education once a month. And, it's a changing world. And it's really nice that once a month, the parents can get together and they can take on topics that are of interest to them. A couple of months ago, we did one on belonging and inclusion. And our next one coming up is going to be on digital literacy. And so I think that's and then we do a lot of positive discipline training too with our parent education. And then all of these, all the parents in the community, they allow us to support really enriching community events and fun as well. So here's just a little bit. We have a fun run and exploration night, Olympic Day, Harvest Festival, talent show, read and relax day, art show, multicultural potluck. And these are just some of the things that our parents help us put together and that we get to enjoy as a community. And here again are some of our celebrations. And so we have our Hispanic Heritage Month, our Black History Month, and our Indigo Fall Festival, Harvest Festival there. And then we most recently had our Indigo Spring Fling, and that was a fundraising event. And again, you see where teachers and parents and staff, we work together and we raise funds to do all the things that we do with the field trips and whatnot. So it was a fun event, and you can see us pictured there in this week's this year's theme was Hollywood. So we had a little fun with that. And that's our award recipient in Angie there in the front, really with all the bling, enjoying the spring fling. So with that, I wanted to leave you with some smiling faces. We have our students, and we see how we have our teachers and our parents. We really work together. We get to know each other. We bring out the strengths. And again, in interest of time, we just touched on some of the highlights. But one of the things that's special about that is we really get to be asset-based. We get to know the families and we get to bring out the assets that we see within the families. And that helps us with the students. It helps us connect the learning for the students. And as one of our speakers did say earlier, is it reduces the affective filter and there's more of them present for the learning. And we do see that in our test results as well. And so we have our students, we have our teachers with the parents, and this picture here is our middle school having a great time on one of their field trips. And that's our staff at Halloween and celebrating our Dream Keepers not that long ago. And here, this picture here. So we are coming up on our 20th anniversary. And so we invite you all to come. It's on May 16th. The program will start at 6, but our classrooms will be open from 5 to 6, and you'll get to see all this project-based learning in person. So we invite you all to attend. And the picture underneath there is some of our founding parents. They were visiting. They came by to welcome me as my first year. And so we have some founding parents along with teachers there. So thank you for your time this evening. It's been a long evening. Thank you, community. And so I wanted to just a quick little quote since we have a student. Do you want me to say it or do you want to say it? Okay, come on up. So we're here for the students. Since we have our student here, we thought we could hear from our student directly. This is one of the things she shares at open houses. Go for it.
Hi again. Something that I really love about Indigo is the relationship that we create with both our teachers and the younger students. So me being in middle school, as well as like 4th and 5th, we have a buddy program, which is the older students are a buddy with the younger students. So I've done this for a long time. I've been with older students and younger students. It's amazing. You create such a loving relationship. I've made so many little friends that I love dearly. I get so many hugs. Amazing. And with that program, or yeah, I've found my love for kids, and yeah, and and that's what I've figured out I want to do in life. So I would like to be a pediatrician because I really like spending time with little kids and helping them. So yeah, I want to be a pediatrician. Yeah.
Thank you, Eliana.
No problem.
So since she's here, I thought we could hear from her directly, right? Because this is what it's all about. It's student-centered learning. And one of the things that, if Eliana had more time, they like to say that when we invite alumni back to speak to to prospective families, they say that the communication and collaboration skills that they've had really helps them out when they get out into the world and into high school. And we got to see just a little bit of that. So thank you, Eliana, and thank you everybody for letting us share about our program. And now we're going to have Miss Michelle.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Chidas, the exec team, members of the community, and my own Oak Ridge staff. My name is Michelle Sang, and I am the proud principal of Oak Ridge Elementary. I am currently in my 4th year as the principal, but prior to that, I spent 18 years as a kindergarten teacher there. It is easily said that Oak Ridge is my second home, and all of my staff are my second family. Oak Ridge is nestled in a quiet neighborhood of Blossom Valley between Snell, Lane, and Calero Avenues and Santa Teresa Boulevard. After school consolidation in 2018, we began serving students in the former Minor and Glider communities. Oak Ridge has been a part of the Oak Grove School District for 51 years. The unique circular shape of our building is lovingly called the spaceship, as you can see it from Google Earth. But in my personal honest opinion, I think that our school was the inspiration for the Infinite Loop campus that Apple has in Cupertino. Oak Ridge is a safe, welcoming, and inclusive school that fosters a collaborative community of learners ready for the 21st century. We truly believe and value the diversity of our students and strive to offer the best learning environment. Our PBIS mantra is be respectful, be responsible, and be safe. We currently have 500 students enrolled at Oak Ridge. We have 23 classes from grades TK through 6. And of those 23 classes, 5 of our classes are special day classes, and we have 2 TK classes. We have 65 staff members that support our amazing program here at Oak Ridge. We are a community of diverse learners at Oak Ridge. 42% of our students are Hispanic or Latino, 27% of our students are Asian, 18% white, 9% are 2 or more races, and 4% are African American. 13.8% of our students are multilingual learners, and we have over 12 languages spoken at Oak Ridge. Our 5 SIPSA goals are highlighted here. I want to point out several strategies our school has implemented, and then more strategies on the following slide. For goal 1 and goal 2, accelerating the academic achievement for all of our students in all Common Core state standards, our teachers engage in 2 planning release days. During those planning release days, teachers work together to plan strategies in the classroom that will support student learning while keeping our multilingual learners at the forefront of our instruction. Several programs and services that we offer at Oak Ridge support our other SIPSA goals. Our students in grades TK through 6 use the second step social emotional learning curriculum, where students learn about problem solving, empathy, managing emotions, goal setting, and mindset. Project Cornerstone through the YMCA is another fantastic program that we have that's run entirely by parent volunteers that supports social emotional learning through deliberately selected books that teach a social skill. This year, our kindergarten and 1st grade teachers are attending SEAL trainings, as this is our 1st year of SEAL implementation. Teachers attended 9 professional development days with SEAL trainers to learn about strategies and plan units that will support our multilingual learners. Next year, they will continue with their 2nd year of professional development, and then our 2nd and 3rd grade teachers will be in their very 1st year of SEAL training. Our Home and School Club has also graciously funded the BGS Kids PE and recess support program this year. And we have seen a tremendous growth in students engaging positively during recesses and also keeping their bodies active. Our students also love visual performing arts at Oak Ridge. Not only does the district provide a robust program, our teachers and staff run several lunch clubs, such as Adobe Express Graphic Design Club and a crochet club. The Adobe Express Club is learning how to create digital art and media with AI. They've created posters for our color run, videos for our PBIS lessons, and animation for various content areas. Adobe Express also supports our multilingual learners as they can create projects in their home language. Our kindergarten, first, second, and fifth grade classes also perform a yearly musical for their families and our school. We also have a fee-based after-school musical theater program run by the Children's Playhouse. And lastly, our dedicated teachers run after-school academic and social-emotional programs such as Mindfulness Club, Math Club, and Sight Word Bootcamp. Our after-school programs include BASE and Think Together, which service 60 to 70 students in each program. On this slide, we have some photos of our musicals. On the left side, you'll see our kindergartners in the performance of The Tale of the Gingerbread Man. And then in the middle, those two photos are our first graders performing the Community Helpers musical. And then on the very right, we have our second graders with Character Matters. This year, our fifth graders will be doing their very first musical on the American Revolution. And then our Adobe Adobe Express Graphic Design Club have created wonderful projects, not only in their classrooms, but then projects that they've displayed around the school. And here you'll see a science project that they've done, or a non-fictional informational writing project that they've done, and also their future selves. So on the right, you'll see our student had designed what she sees for herself in the year 2040. With all of these programs, services, and strategies to support our SIPSA goals, we have seen an increase in all of our academic areas on our California dashboard for the 23-24 school year. We have also a decrease in the number of suspensions and a decrease for our students who are chronically absent. And I'm proud to say in all of our areas, we grew by one color level. Furthermore, we have met our goal increasing our proficiency in the Common Core state standards for English language arts and math on the state test. We still have some more work to do around supporting our students with disabilities, as well as our multilingual learners. We also pride ourselves on the level of parent involvement at Oak Ridge. Our robust Home and School Club hosts several events throughout the year, such as movie night, the glow dance, the masquerade dance, bingo night, and our biggest fundraising event of the year, which is actually tomorrow. That'll be our color run. The parents are working really hard, tirelessly tonight even, to meet our fundraising goal of $50,000. And if we do meet that goal, I'll be riding an elephant for the day. And we are very close to that. So please visualize what that could possibly look like. Our Home and School Club also supports our school with monthly assemblies, field trips, BGS Kids recess support, and Project Cornerstone. We do welcome parent and grandparent volunteers to support in any way they can, from attending field trips, coming in for our special events, and even weekly support in the classroom. Additionally, we have our monthly and bi-monthly parent group meetings. And then for the second year in a row, our Hispanic parent group is running a folklorico dance group entirely supported by parent volunteers. Our students are looking forward to performing at the district Cinco de Mayo celebration on May 2nd, but then they're also doing a special performance for our own school on May 5th. I hope you got a snapshot into the joy in learning at Oak Ridge. As you know, it takes a village to raise a child, and I am proud of the village that we have at our school, from the staff, the parents, the teachers, and classified employees, and to our greater community. The school truly is a second home for all. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity tonight to speak with you. And now I'd like to introduce you to the principal of Sakamoto, Mrs. Feba Roberts.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and guests. My name is Faber Roberts, and I'm nearing the end of my first year as the proud principal of Sakamoto Elementary School. However, I've been in the district for 17 years, mostly in the classroom teaching third grade. I'm also a proud alumni of Sakamoto, and I completed my student teaching there as well. I just can't stay away. I'm excited to give you a brief overview of the wonderful work that's happening at our school. Sakamoto Elementary School is located at 6280 Shadelands Drive. We serve students in TK through 6, and we encourage you to follow us on Facebook and Instagram or visit our website to see the daily joys and achievements of our students and staff. Our mission at Sakamoto is to create a safe, respectful, and inclusive environment, one where students experience academic excellence, develop a strong voice, grow emotionally and socially, and thrive physically. We are committed to nurturing the whole child. This year, we have 588 students enrolled in 25 classes, including 1 transitional kindergarten classroom and 5 special day classes. Our community is richly diverse. About 31% of our students identify as Hispanic or Latino, 0.71 as Black and African American, nearly 29% as Asian, 23 as white, and about 8 are English learners. We also serve 29% of students who are socially, economically disadvantaged. This diversity is one of our greatest strengths. Looking at our academic progress, over 56% of our English language learners are making measurable progress in English language development. For all students, 52.4 are meeting or exceeding standards in the English language arts and 49.3% in math. While we celebrate this growth, we know there's always more work to do. Our school plan for student achievement outlines 5 key goals: improving proficiency in language arts and math, accelerating achievement for our English learners, promoting growth for students with disabilities, increasing family and community engagement, and building a positive and inclusive school culture. These goals guide our decision-making and resource allocations throughout the year. We offer a wide range of enrichment and support programs. One of our students' favorites is our lunchtime art lab, which provides a creative outlet for students during their lunchtime. We also have counseling services, science enrichment like the Science Vista program, where parents come the last Wednesday and Thursday of the month to do science activities with the students during lunch, as well as schedule monthly science activities with each grade level. In addition, we are a Leader in Me school, and our K through 3rd grade teachers are SEAL trained. We also have our district's before and after school care housed in Sakamoto, as well as our Think Together program. Family involvement is our foundation to our success. Through our amazing parent-teacher organization, families help host events like our walkathon, trunk or treat, and several movie nights. Volunteers assist in the classroom, support field trips, and enrich our school community through programs like Project Cornerstone. They provide our PE coach through Little Heroes and provide teachers with classroom support and grade level support, and so much more. We deeply value our parents and our community partners. Thank you for the opportunity to share what makes Sakamoto Elementary a special place to learn and grow. We are proud of our progress and remain dedicated to our continuous improvement. Thank you.
All right, and that concludes our presentation from our principals. I also wanted to let you know that our principals from HLC as well as the rest of the district are very excited to bring to you their SIPSA plans for approval and in the coming months. And that will give you, these are overviews that you've received in the presentations. Our SIPSA plans will give you detailed information about how the schools will achieve their goals, broken down into targeted actions and the funding allocations to meet the needs of the students in terms of where the resources will be spent. And so those SIPSA plans are just additional details from what you see here today. And I wanted to remind you of that. If there's any questions or comments at this time, I'm sure they would love to take them.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Enna, as well as all the principals from the Herman Learning Community. Before we have board discussion, are there any public comments or questions in person or online? All right, board? Whoever wants to go first.
I'll go. First, thank you to Assistant Superintendent Anna and Principals Flores, Harrigan, Hussein, Singh, and Roberts for your time tonight. It's been a long night already. What stood out to me tonight wasn't just the data, but the shared intentionality across all of the campuses. We have a very diverse community, and it's represented in your own unique campuses and how the programs and the student bodies differ so much. I think that it's very student-centered, which is great. It's equity-driven and results-oriented. I think that we're rooted in values like belonging and motivation and academic relevance. So thank you. And I look forward tomorrow to a plant sale going on at Indigo, right? I will see you there. Thank you for your time tonight.
Again, I also want to thank you so much for Assistant Superintendent Anna for collaborating with all these principals and this being our third to gather everyone here. Us as a new board really gives us an insight on these classes, these schools, the mission and what's happening. You know, we may not be able to visit every site. We're really trying to get out there, but this really gives a snapshot. I'm sure there's so much more that you want to share with us, but we feel it and we are so thankful for the accomplishments, the 60 years, just all the exciting things that are happening and to come. And so feel supported by us, and we are very thankful for your presentations tonight. Thank you.
So one of the things that really struck out, I'm going to go through some of these schools and highlight some of the achievements that I really thought deserve a second acknowledgement. From a Herman perspective, the fact that you had 439 students hit a B plus, a B average, 62% of your population. That's astonishing. So highly congratulations for that. Just based on the standard, you know, if you were to add 10% to those that were getting A's, 10% to getting C's, over 82%. I'm assuming it's higher, but you know, at least 82% of your population is above grade level, passing grade level. So that's a remarkable thing. One thing, you know, I'd love to collaborate with you on is I forget which one this was for, but it was for math or for ELA. I think at fifth grade level, you had 65%, and then at eighth grade, you had 58%. So there was a little bit of decline. So would love to hear, you know, get further insight in terms of what's occurring between those three grade levels, just to understand. From a Del Roble perspective, I really appreciate the work effort that has gone through in terms of transitioning those kids to a 90-10. The 90-10 program, as they move forward and move into the Herman community. One of the things I would like to, I'm sorry, Davis. Oh, sorry, Davis. I know there was some English learner progress that was declining, and I know you're working towards that. And any support that the board can provide for you, please let us know. But kudos to you from a decline in your chronic absenteeism. I think that's a wonderful achievement. It's one of the things that all schools were struggling with, and you're ahead of the curve on that one. From Frost's perspective, I know you had an increase for standards not met by 18% for ELA. But there's a decrease of, for mathematics, there's a decrease of standards. So there is really good insight there. And then Indigo, can't say anything bad. I mean, from an ELA perspective, math perspective, excellent scores, achievements, you know, from a 96% attendance rating, that's
really remarkable. Thank you for you and the parents, and the effort in getting those kids to school. So across the board, some wonderful achievements, and anything that we can do as a administration to support you, we are happy to do.
Sorry. A small call. I just want to say thank you for the presentations. I always enjoy learning what's going on in different schools. Very unique things going on in different schools. So I used to keep it short. Some of the things that stood out for me, and jealous that the kids are having, it's like in Herman, the chess and cards. I don't even know how to play chess. The reading club. The role play has a great energy principal that has a good spirit there. I enjoyed hearing that. Frost, I really really enjoyed your presentation. You have a great energy. I wish you were my principal. The mindset and motivation is very, I like to hear about that. You're changing the mindset and motivation of the students. Indigo, the parent involvement, I enjoyed hearing about that and how they volunteer at the schools. Oak Ridge, the Adobe Express, that was very interesting to know that that's going on there. And Sakamoto, the lunchtime art lab, yes, that's pretty cool. Yes, I just enjoyed everything that I heard and just learning about what's going on. It's very unique. Every school's different, and those are the things that I took away, and I just enjoyed hearing about it. So thank you for what you do, and I enjoyed the presentation.
So, Miss Enna, I just have a request. The deck that was online is different than that was presented, so I don't know if there's a way to share the current version that you had.
Yes, that can be shared.
Thanks. I couldn't
Sorry
see some of
about
the
that.
slides, so I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I echo many of the sentiments and feedback that was shared from my fellow board members. First of all, kudos to all of you for staying this late. You guys must have worked 12 plus hours today. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for the energy, right, that you guys brought in doing your presentations. A couple of highlights for me were big kudos to Herman for decreasing the staff referrals for behaviors. I mean, that's amazing over a 3-year period to go from double digit to single digit. So definitely great job there. On a personal note, my daughter and I are very excited to join the Adventure STEM and Herman Learning Community next year. So we are looking forward to that experience. At Del Roble, as a founding staff member at a dual immersion site myself, so exciting that you are fully transitioning into a dual language school. I think it's very amazing to have that sustainability in enrollment over the years and to continue to grow that program. At Frost, congratulations, Principal Harrigan, for your Hank Hutchins Award. I'm sure your staff is very proud of you. We are all very proud of you. And in celebrating the 60th year anniversary at Frost as well. Indigo, super, impressed by the constructivist approach. I think something that really stood out to me in listening to all of your presentations is the longevity of our program options, right? I think when a school district offers a program option, you never really know how it's going to go. And the fact that we have Indigo for 20 years, super impressive, right? Again, the fact that Del Roble is not a program option anymore, but it's turned into a full dual language school, I think just speaks volumes to the quality of instruction that we offer in our district. Oak Ridge, if you end up riding that elephant, please invite me. I want to see that. Add that to my calendar. I'm also very sad. I want to attend the 20th anniversary celebration Indigo. Fortunately, Superintendent Chidas told me that Ledesma has their 25th celebration that day as well. So my daughter goes there. Obviously, I need to be there. And then again, Sakamoto, Oak Ridge, the high parent involvement and engagement, I think is very, very impressive because that really, having parents involved is super important in making sure that our schools are functioning and our students are doing well. So kudos to all of you for doing that. I think with that said, we invite you all to go home, get a good night's rest, be with your family, eat dinner, all of that. Thank you so much. All right. That takes us to action items. Feel free to stand and stretch real quick if you want to. Okay, action item 8.1, reading difficulties risk screener adoption. Assistant Superintendent Enna, please present this agenda item.
Slideshow. There it is. Okay. Thank you, President Yu, members of the board. We're here to present our implementation of Senate Bill 114. Excuse me, and the Education Code 53008, which mandates that LEA's local education agencies screen students in kindergarten, first and second grade for reading difficulties. The purpose behind this legislation and Ed Code is to identify students who may be at risk for reading challenges. Key provisions in the Ed Code are early identification and intervention using evidence-based literacy instruction to improve student outcomes. Screening should be part of a comprehensive instructional approach, guiding individualized instruction, progress monitoring, and informed discussions between educators and parents. Parent guardians will be notified at least 15 days before screening with the option to opt out. Results will be provided to parents and guardians within 45 days. Students enrolling after the initial screening period will be screened within 45 days of enrollment. English learners who are not proficient in English will be screened in their primary language. Students identified as at risk will receive targeted support. Our school district engaged in careful evaluation through a district committee that screened 3 of the 4 approved State Board of Education screeners. And following the review, the committee selected Amira Learning to recommend for the district's reading difficulties risk screener. So that will be presented to you, and it is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt Amira Learning as the reading difficulties risk screener in alignment with Senate Bill 114 and California Education Code 53008. And now I'd like to introduce and bring up to the podium Dr. Patricia Mondragon-Doty, who is our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment.
Good evening, everyone. So I have a presentation, but I know that a couple of things have already been said, so I'll go ahead and briefly go through them. And if you have any questions for me, please feel free to ask me afterwards. And if I don't have the answer right now, I can definitely share that with you later. So reading difficulties risk screener, those are the items that we're going to be going over. And what it is used for. It's used to identify students who may be at risk of developing reading difficulties, including dyslexia. It's also used to bolster a school's comprehensive instructional strategy, provide information for families and educators to discuss students' needs and be informed, inform supports and services for students with reading difficulties. This is what it's not going to be used for. Evaluate teachers or school staff, identify students for retention or promotion, reclassify students as English learners, diagnose students with dyslexia, nor is it also an automatic referral to special education services. Assistant Superintendent mentioned Senate bill. There's also information there. What did we use for this process? We used the state approved and provided toolkit. So we used a very comprehensive process with the committee to be able to go ahead and review each of the screeners available. So there I also linked that as well. There's the screening domains and also how it's connected to the ELA-ELD framework. The 3 screeners that we used and reviewed was Multitudes, M-Class Dibbles, and Lectura, Amira. The one that we did not review, because it was limited in the scope of which students it could screen. It only would screen first and second grade students, and it was only available in English, was ROAR, Rapid Online Reading Assessment from Stanford. So that's the one that you do not see on that list. Key criteria for approved screeners. This is from the California Department of Ed. All of these screeners met the reliability and validity requirements for the state in California. So already, as a committee, we were very, very thankful that these screeners went through a very comprehensive process through this state. Normed using a population that is reflective of California's diverse student population, and supports evidence-based instruction, and is culturally, linguistically, and developmentally appropriate for our students in kinder through second grade. Measures domains that may predict reading difficulties. Right there we have oral language, phonological, phonemic awareness, decoding skills, and so on. So many, many different skills that it screens for. So one of the components of this process was developing the district lens, understanding what the needs of our students are, what our teachers are saying, what they need to be able to support our students. So we looked at our language dynamics within the district. As you can see, we have many students, their primary language is Spanish. So we needed to make sure that also the screener that we used was available in English and Spanish. And just to give you a brief timeline of when we started with all of this, that was in January, because the list of screeners available was in December. So we quickly got together with the committee and made sure we had a nice timeline to be able to get to this point today to be able to recommend a screener for you, because we have to first, we have to go ahead and create an implementation plan, train our staff, and be ready to go ahead and implement this. So there you have the timeline. Oh, sorry, that one. The one change that I did make was the training for the teachers would be August 8th instead of August 7th, which was probably the original one that you saw. Okay, this is a big one. Administration configuration. You have the different screeners right there, and then you have the opportunities of how to be able to assess students. As you can see, Amira can be used in various different ways. That was one of the things first that caught our attention as a committee. So you're able to go ahead and assess using Amira one-on-one. You can do it small group. You can do it whole class. It's very, very dependent on the student's needs. Now, the big difference as well is that as I'm using a mirror screener on one student and assessing them one-on-one, I don't have to keep tally or score anything. A mirror will do that for me as a teacher, and that will be automatic. But I am able to go ahead and observe my student, be able to pronounce what they're able to, and see how they're answering. So I can also have that lens as to how they're pronouncing things and where the gaps are in their skills. In addition, you can assess them beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year. English language proficiency. Amira offers 4 ways to screen students for reading risk depending on their English language proficiency. English screener with English proctoring, proficient in English and English language proficiency assessments for California, levels 3 or higher, or let's say levels 1 and 2 in LPAC. Students found to be at risk for reading difficulties must be provided with services and supports that address their needs, which may include evidence-based literacy instruction focused on their specific needs, small group instruction, progress monitoring, early intervention, one-on-one or small group tutoring, further evaluation, or another diagnostic assessment. Amira is able to go ahead and provide those additional diagnostic assessments and also provide the personalized instruction that the students needs based on that assessment. piloting and screening, and screening, the screeners. What did we research and analyze? Preparing to administer, the administration process. So we actually piloted M-Class Dibbles and Amira with our students to see how that would actually look in a classroom. The scoring of both of them. Multitudes, we were not able to pilot. We only were able to go ahead and see videos of it being used. And then equity and access. All students will be able to be assessed the same way with Amira. We won't be dependent on if the teacher is able to do the one-on-one assessments because they're able to do it in different ways. Families will be able to receive very clear and specific reports that also indicate what the parent can do to support their students in those gaps that they have. Of course, the teacher will also have those reports and be able to assign personalized instruction to the students to be able to use Amira. So, by screening all pupils for risk and reading difficulties early on, we'll be able to go ahead and support them. Our next steps, if you approve, it will be working with the committee members and staff to plan and prepare for implementation of the screener. I also wanted to add just two more things. Amira is also aligned to our AI task force fifth objective, which is supporting innovation, because it enhances student engagement, streamlines workflow for educators, which today you heard a lot about, and supporting personalized learning experiences. Not to mention, it has a gamified interface with avatars and prompts, and Amira speaks to the student on a first name basis. It's evidence-based. It is built on decades of research in oral reading fluency, automaticity, and adaptive learning. It uses speech recognition technology developed by Carnegie Mellon's Project Listen and refined for kinder through fifth grade students. So this does also have the potential to be able to support our additional students in upper grades. That's my presentation. And there is our committee. We took a picture on our last meeting together. There are their names. We worked very, very hard to be able to determine which screener was the best for our students. We're an extremely innovative school district, and this will very much support our students and our teachers to be able to do the best work possible in the classroom.
Thank you, Director Mondragon-Doty. At this time, are there any questions from the board?
So I just want to understand this. It's going to be installed on the Chromebooks, the software?
It's going to be, yeah, through their Clever, they'll be able to log on, just like the other ones that we have currently.
And then I know you're projecting an enrollment of 2295. Did you have a percentage extra, since this is a one-time allocation that we have? Are we just trying to use up all of it? Or because it says the cost is going to be 45,000, but then you have a one-time allocation of 53,000.
So that's the first, I don't know what you would call it in business world, but installment. We are projected to receive additional funding because this is a state mandate. So we will have additional funding to be able to screen every year.
So what is the 53,000 paying for?
That's paying for the subscriptions and also the personalized instruction, the yearly plan.
And then the ongoing cost will be 45.
No, ongoing cost every year will be the 45,000 or so.
Okay.
But that's funding that we will be receiving from the state, so it will not be affecting our budget.
I mean, net is zero for us, but it's just we're making the decision of which tool to use.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then could that testing thereafter cause more of a budget deficit or just more funding in regards to pulling those kids that need the support and finding staff for that support? How does that all work? What is the outcome thereafter once you identify these students? Are they segregated? They're taken apart? They're worked with? What is the next step? Because obviously one thing is to test, the other thing, obviously, we're not creating an IEP or anything like that, or pulling them from classes. So
Correct. This is one assessment out of several that the teacher is going to be using to differentiate instruction and support them in their ongoing instruction. For example, they assess the students and let's say 5 of them indicate at risk. Well, Amira will be able to tell the teacher exactly which skills they are not doing well in and what lessons he or she is able to do in small group instruction. So it's not going to, be asked to have additional staff to be hired to support. This is another tool that the teacher is going to be easily able to use to differentiate the instruction. And this child is screened in a minute. The results are right there for the teacher.
Right. Okay, thank you. Another question in regards to, we did see that there was 525 Vietnamese.
Whose native language is Vietnamese, that's a student that I might want to do a one-on-one assessment using Amira.
I was wondering, how are we going to evaluate it after year one? Is there a process in place to do that?
Yes. What's wonderful about Amira is the 3 different levels of assessments, beginning, middle, and end. And of course, getting the teacher's feedback as to how, the usability, the reliability of it, what components they want to be able to receive more professional development and training in, because this definitely is an exciting screener for us. But with everything, there are going to be some bumps in the road, and definitely it's going to be us making sure that we're checking in on our teachers and getting their feedback as to how it's going. But as a district, we'll be able to see the whole gamut of the data coming in for the beginning of the year and then comparing it to the middle of the year and seeing the progress of our students.
Sorry, one more question really quick. In regards to the Senate bill, as far as the adoption of it, I noticed it was 2023. We're implementing it for 2025, 26, I'm
Yeah, I can-
assuming. And then, so was there a timeline that we have to implement it? Is it optional? Is it something that?
It's required to implement in August.
By 2026?
2025.
2025. So we are supposed to be doing this now.
We're going to be doing it in August.
So, and I
It's
can
coming.
speak to that too.
Okay,
We
sorry.
also have, through our iReady, we have had an at-risk screener. We have the ability, our administrators have a report that they can print after the iReady assessments, or that they can pull up to identify students who are at risk of reading difficulties. The iReady assessment was not approved by the state. So while we've kind of had that going, we've been waiting for the state-approved assessments to be able to pilot and move forward. The state just approved their assessments in December. So now that we have that, we were able to pilot, bring it to the board, and then implement in August. Okay.
And to follow up, you mentioned that it would be much easier to communicate with the parents, the deficiencies, and how to assist their child at home. How is that communicated? I've been through the iReady screening and it was difficult. It was, very high level. There's a lot of words about how to, about reading that the average parent probably would go over their head. Is there a simpler way to communicate?
Definitely. It's a very family-friendly language that is used, that as a teacher, I'm able to go ahead and download PDFs of each individual student and letting the parent know your child, let's say, is a 2nd grader and is reading at 1st grade, 2nd month. All of that is laid out in this PDF. And then specific things that the parents can do at home with the child. For example, having the child go ahead and share with them a story from beginning, middle, and end. Things that are very, very easy for a family to be able to do, but just for the parent to understand that those small little things will support them in this specific skill set, comprehension or storytelling, or even pronunciation of certain words, or fluency with the high frequency words.
Does that happen at the parent-teacher conference, or as we're progressing along for kids that are identified at risk, will we be sending something through Parent Square or?
As teachers, they'll be able to download the PDFs and send them through Parent Square to each individual family.
And then my last question is, will we be getting an update at a future board meeting about implementation?
Yes, we can certainly provide an update for you next year.
Thank you.
I'm just curious, what made Amira set apart from the other screeners? What was not just very few, what was some that made it stand out? And the second question will be, once these screeners screen the student, will the parents receive like a toolkit or something this is the book to recommend? Because when my son was little, like I used to know which books to choose, like which one was right, what letter, I don't know. Yeah, me as a working parent, I was really not that involved. And yeah, we get emails from the school, but like we don't really always engage with the emails. But I would love to have like a list, or this is what the list of books we recommend for your student based on this screener.
They don't even have to have a list of books, because they can have their child log on to Amira for their personalized instruction. I'm sorry, your first question, what was one of the highlights? One of the highlights was, as we're piloting Amira, is seeing the students engaged in the screener, standing up and going, "Oh my gosh, oh, she's talking to me." And they have this bright smile, and they're eager to engage with something that's talking directly to them. So that was one of the things, especially for our younger students, that at first they were like a little slouch and like, I'm going to take a test. But once they saw what was being asked of them, and they felt a little bit more comfortable with how to click here and there and so on, it was very nice to see that they wanted to read more. It was like a game to them.
Okay. I just want to add, I know we talk about Parent Square, PDFs, but to this day, I just see a lot of the trend is a lot of Hispanics in all the schools. To this day, I don't feel confident that the Hispanic parents are really in the internet still. Like, is there a way that we could not just use the internet, like a handout, following up the PDF?
Well, this is just one supplemental resource that the teachers have. Definitely, the teachers continue to send books home. We have libraries at each and every one of our schools, so that will still continue. This is just one part of how to be able to support the students with foundational skills that they need to learn how to read.
And I think too, and this goes back to Board Member Hebert's comment as well, is that we do have the option of presenting a PDF through Parent Square to parents, but at parent conference or goal setting time, we can also, teachers have the option of presenting report information in person with parents, so they could give the paper to them in person or speak to the results of the assessment if it's applicable. Yeah.
And at the time of conferences, then hopefully we'll have the mid-year report as well, so they'll able to see from the beginning of the year to middle of the year results. Well, thank you very much.
Sorry, I have questions.
Oh yes, yeah.
My turn. So a couple of questions that I do have in terms of the piloting. How many teachers piloted the screener? Was it all the people shown, or were there additional teachers?
No, they were the ones.
Okay, and were they like K2, K3? Like what grade levels were they?
It was from kinder to 5th.
And did they pilot just once? Like how many times did they administer Amira to their students?
It was 3 to 6. We all had 6 different subscriptions to be able to go ahead and use.
I see. So I am very familiar with M-Class Dibbles, and I know that Dibbles is a timed assessment. For Amira, are each of those measures timed as well?
It is timed, so it's about 15 minutes that the student will be going through the screening.
So 15 minutes total to do Amira, but how about each individual measure? So for example, in M-Class Dibbles, the ORF was a minute, right? Letter naming fluency is a minute. How long are the Amira measures?
They do have specific, timeframes, and I can get that for you, but the whole screener is 15.
I see. And then earlier you had talked about how Amira can offer more diagnostic assessments. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? So after the screener is given, and I'm going to assume that you guys are also using the screener as benchmark. Is it going to double up as your benchmark assessments as well?
It's not going to replace iReady this year because this is our first year of implementation, so we're going to see how it goes. But it will be used in the beginning as a screener, and then it will be used again for the middle of the year and then end of the year.
Okay, so let's say a student is scoring below benchmark on the oral reading fluency assessment. Is there a follow-up diagnostic that the students or the teacher can give the students to figure out what exactly that skill gap is or where that student is struggling?
Through Amira, it's going to go ahead and structure it in order to be able to provide that specific skill set practice to the student.
Okay. And then my last question is, so I understand that Amira can be given in a multitude of ways, right? Like whole class, one-on-one, small group. Is that up to the teacher's discretion in terms of how they end up administering? Are there district guidelines like, this particular measure you should do whole group. This particular measure you should do one-on-one.
No, we will be trusting our teachers to make the best educated decision for their students.
Okay. All right. I'm good. Do you guys have any other?
Question. In regards to funding, as far as what we know in regards to this bill, once a person is identified that needs the support, is there additional funding that is given for the district or for teachers or classroom or support? Do we know?
Every year I have seen how we provide sites with grants for interventions and so on. So as a teacher, if I see some students that need additional support, it could be that we refer them to those programs. But again, this is one screener that will really be beneficial to the teacher to be able to structure those small group instructions to really support them with very specific skill sets.
Future funding allocations from the state are unknown at this point, but thank you for that question. If we have any additional information, we'll follow up with you. Okay.
Sorry, I have one more question. As a part of the pilot committee, did we have any SPED staff?
Yes.
Okay, so they were able to pilot and provide feedback around. Okay. And then can you just remind me, what are some of the accommodations that can be made for students with special needs?
Oh, goodness. Let's see. As a teacher, you're able to go ahead and set the time frame very differently. And you are able to go ahead and if we have some speech impediment, be able to go ahead and set those things up. But I can get you that list again if you'd like. I know I provided it already.
All right. If there's no further board discussion, I'm happy to take a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All right. Can we get a public comment? Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Member Yolakar, Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Hebert,
Aye.
President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next action item 8.2, Board Policy Series 7000 Facilities. Associate Superintendent Evans, can you please present this item?
Yes. Good evening. Thank you. Tonight's
presentation 8.2 is on the Board Policy Series 7000, which relates to facilities. This whole series is basically to function to help the district in its building program, building expansion, modernization efforts, works and details with facilities master planning, working with local agencies, architectural and engineering services, site selection, which is not something we'll be doing a whole lot of in the near future, but financing, developer fees, and different types of funding models like Mello-Roos districts, school facility improvement districts, and general obligation bonds. And then there's one section regarding naming of the facilities. Are there any questions regarding any of these policies as presented? If not, it's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve Board Policy Series 7000 first reading, and as per Board Bylaw 9311, waive the second reading and adopt the series as presented this evening.
I'll go ahead and move to recommend that the Board of Trustees approve Board Policy Series 7000 at the first reading, and as per Board Bylaw 9311, waive the second reading and adopt BP Series 7000 facilities as presented. Can I get a second, please?
Second. Second.
Any public comments? Board discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Member Yolakar, Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Eber,
Aye.
President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
That takes us to the next action item. So we are going to be bundling these school improvement action items together for one motion, similar to what we have done in the past. So we will go ahead and bundle action items 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, and 8.7. Associate Superintendent Evans, can you please present these items?
Yes, thank you, President Yu. The first item, 8.3, is a series of contracts with architects for design services for modernization at various sites and various projects. There are 3 architectural firms, Adis Architects, which will be working on the Ledesma modernization. This contract is for the first phase, not the full development of the design of modernization, but the work next year, which will be more roofing and HVAC. For Davis modernization, we'll be using Derivi Castellanos and Associates, and that is for their modernization that'll begin in the summer of 2026. And then the third architectural firm is Finney Architects with a variety of smaller projects ranging from the Academy at Davis and their after-school building to some small restroom modernizations at Oak Ridge and Hayes, and working on the blacktop at Parkview. We also have some work that will need to be done at one of our lease facilities with roofing at Challenger School, and Davis Intermediate will be doing some kitchen work there. Are there any questions regarding those design services? All right. Okay, then we'll move on to 8.4, flooring replacement at Anderson Elementary and Baldwin Elementary. As presented a few months ago in our bond plan, we have some schools that are off in the distance for modernization. Anderson is one of those, so we'll be doing some flooring replacement, furniture and technology there in the summer ahead. So this agreement is to engage RJ Flooring to do work at Anderson, and also RJ Flooring will be doing some work at Baldwin Elementary. The cafeteria will not be in the scope of the full modernization, but we're going to get some work done there this summer before they go into full modernization next summer. The cost for Anderson with the carpeting will be $348,720, and Baldwin Elementary's work in the cafeteria and the nearby hallways is just shy of $115,000. Any questions regarding the flooring at Baldwin or Anderson? I believe so. We've used them frequently. So they're a vendor we've used often. No. Yeah. Action item 8.5, the Herman Modernization Leaseback Project. We engaged Rodan at an earlier board meeting, and now they have engaged all of the subcontractors and put together the plan for the full project. The project will be coming in at $13,225,325. That includes some owner options of about 810,000. I will say that these numbers are coming in larger. We're starting to actually see anticipation of tariffs and increased building supplies. So that's causing some increase to bids over what we were expecting. So we'll be working with them to kind of stay on budget as best we can, and hopefully maybe come in ahead like we have on a couple other times. But this is the actual payment schedule for the lease agreement over the 19 months of the project. Any questions on the Herman modernization leaseback? All right. 8.6 has to do with our
Can I
Oh,
get
yes, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. Actually, on that one, I just wanted to know in regards to if there is an increase in those monthly payments and installments, and it goes way over budget, or, it just skyrockets, what do we do
Yeah.
if we're approving something at this
Well,
amount?
one of the reasons we go into a leaseback is this is the gross maximum price.
Mhm.
Now, if we change scope or add scope, we would do a change order. And then the $810,000 gives us some change order capability or options for us to say, we want to go ahead and do that. So that's how we have a little bit of flexibility in that number with the 810,000. But the benefit of the leaseback is the gross maximum price. The only way those change is if there's some scope or something is uncovered that was not part of the plan, a surprise or an expansion that we choose to go forward with.
And then, is there any clauses in the contract to say either way, if tariffs goes up, that we would have to pay and costs for the supplies go up, we would have to pay more? Or if they go down again, in hopes, would we get credits associated with that?
In this case, no, and that's part of the guaranteed maximum price is that we build that in. So the risk goes both ways. If they go up, this is our price. If they go down, we don't necessarily get that benefit. So that's one of the reasons I think the prices have been coming in a little higher and they're kind of trying to plan and anticipate and well, not really actually knowing.
Thank you.
Item 8.6 relates to inspectors of record for Christopher and Herman modernizations. When we do a project, we do hire a specific inspector, kind of represents us, make sure everything is done to the requirements of the Division of the State Architect. We'll be using for Herman modernization ERIC inspections. This is a much bigger job with a longer time frame, so the price tag is more substantial at $265,000. And then for Stipe, which is two mostly contained within the summers, a shorter project and a smaller site, those fees will be $84,000. These are oftentimes what we refer to as the soft costs, separate from the construction, but like the design costs and the ESA fees. These are the soft costs for construction, and it's recommended the board approve the agreements with ERIC and DFH. Any questions regarding the inspectors of record? And then lastly, we'll be looking to approve the procurement of classroom technology for the modernization projects. They're recommending that we procure this new technology for Anderson, Christopher Elementary, Herman, and STEAM at Stipe. The last three are going for full modernization. Again, Anderson, we are front loading. And there'll be a combination of 75 and 86-inch panels. The top Cascadia is for projection of voice for student and or teacher. And then there are wall mounts or carts, depending on the situation for the items themselves. The quotes were submitted by three firms, STS Education, CDWG, and SHI, who failed to quote the correct products. The best price came in from STS Education, and we're recommending their approval for the procurement of technology. Any questions on those? Okay.
I did want to say, why do some have the picture of what's going on and some don't? Like the flooring has like kind of a visual what's gonna happen, and some are just like it's the cost.
The flooring, they had specifics in their quotes of where they laid out what was going to happen. The Herman modernization doesn't show because this is just the gross maximum price. There's not much to show as far as the inspectors of records go. And then I'm trying to think And the design services wouldn't have any graphics with them, but it was largely the carpeting because when RJ Flooring presents that, they do the layout so that they can be in agreement with our facilities department as to what the scope of the work is.
So eventually, when they started, they'll start showing specs of what they're gonna do.
As far as the amount of the carpet in the RJ Flooring,
Anything like the flooring, I see it's like, it shows you the map. I kind of get a visual what they're gonna do, and then
Mhm.
the other ones don't have that. Like, will they eventually have it?
the ones for like the technology, those are part of the floor plans that got approved by DSA, and then they'll be installed by our contractors. So that's those drawings of where everything goes are in the plans of the design that were done by the architect.
In regards to the inspector, I noticed that it was just a little bit harder to understand how money is spent and how the figures were made. And so is there like a breakdown, or is it just a general inspection? These are the hours that are spent doing that.
It's largely based on the hours and time for the inspector, and that generally relates to the scope of the job. And so Herman being both 19 months and a much bigger project with more square footage is what the larger reason is for that increase in price.
And that's that's what they normally charge.
Yeah,
That's what we're
so,
thinking. And then in regards to the classroom technology, I did notice the one that was void. Did they get a chance to resubmit?
if they don't submit by the deadline, then that,
And we didn't receive by the deadline?
well, if what they submitted by the deadline is not correct, we can't accept the bid.
Okay, and were they told or?
Yeah, they
what
would be
the-
informed that your bid was not valid because it didn't meet these qualifications of the
Was
bidding
it something
process.
else that they sent, or was it just?
It sounds like they quoted the wrong equipment from what Gabe, our chief operations officer, reported that what we had spec'd, they didn't spec the correct items. And oftentimes they just have to spec something like, it doesn't have to be like a Sanyo something. It
Right.
just has to be an 75-inch screen. So.
Thank you.
All this will be paid from bond?
These will all be paid for from Measure P.
Okay.
I think, I don't think there's anything in there that is not a Measure P item.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I will go ahead and move that the board approve action items 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, and 8.7 as presented. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Any public comments? Any more board discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Eber.
Aye.
President Yu,
Aye.
motion carries.
Great. At this time, we will move to closing items. Thank you, Associate Superintendent Evans, for that presentation. All right, so item 9.1, correspondence and board discussion. We may now hear from board members regarding correspondence from individuals and organizations regarding district programs or services. Board members may report on meetings attended or other related district matters. At this time, board members may also report on committee assignments.
Okay. So I just have a request. So based on the feedback, based on the emails that the board has received in regards to Davis Learning Center, Davis Junior High, there are significant kids. I think this is the second time this week that a child was hit by a car while they were either coming from their house or going from their house. I don't know if there's a way that we can, or how best it is, but we can work alongside with San Jose Police to kind of patrol that area a little bit more in terms during and before and after school to increase some visibility, maybe even I know that they have those white cars where it's just community officers or anything like that to support a little bit more of a safety within that community. I don't know if the district can provide some insights into that.
Yeah, thank you. Are you looking for a presentation or are you looking just for a report? I did provide the next steps that we're working with the city of San Jose. Their engineering team will be facilitating a study on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, before and after school. Their engineers will be looking at the flow of traffic, just all the crosswalks, sidewalks. That street is a one-way. In this case, the students were not using the crosswalks. One of them had headphones on. They were just being young kids on their bikes, happy to go home or to school. But we are gonna conduct, we have a study through the Walk and Roll program, and they're gonna provide feedback and recommendations. We can bring back to the board, or we can share through a Friday letter what they recommended and what are the next steps, so we can follow up with the board on that.
Well, along with the city, I just wanted to see if there's a way that we can do some presentations to the kids in terms of what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, how you should be. With the amount of accidents that have occurred within 1 week, maybe just a refresher course during assembly or something to that nature.
Yes, exactly. Just what you said is what I let the board know, that there will be assemblies for all the students. The assemblies are 30 minutes long. They will be facilitated through the city, through their walk, is it called Walk and Roll or Walk and Roll program? And it's through the city of San Jose.
Okay.
And so there will be 30-minute assemblies for all the students, including distribution of free helmets, so at no cost. And so that's something that is open to all of our schools. And it's something that our principals will be working with their parents and communicating, in this case with Davis, the principal, and already has an entire plan for a whole week through assemblies, through helmet distributions, a study with the engineers. So it's, it's all hands on deck. And I can always follow up with the board to let you know how that study went.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
So just to clarify, were you asking for something to be placed on the agenda, or you just wanted information around that issue?
Information around that issue.
Go next. All right. Well, I just wanted to share that last month during my Read Across America class time, I shared who I was to some of the students as far as my background, working with special ed, things like that. But I also shared my love for folklorico. I've been dancing since I was 4 years old, and I teach, and I just love it. And I always bring my skirt and share it. And in that, over at the school STEAM Stipe, in Miss LaForte's class, I mentioned, she mentioned to me that STEAM Stipe has a big Cinco de Mayo day that they do an assembly for all the students. And so she said that we should partner together. And so this last week, I was able to meet with Marisenia Hernandez and Sandy Carranza to go over details of where, when, and how, because I haven't really done the whole trip of the school and the details of the event, and see how I can participate and offer support, especially because that is my thing. And Principal Tilston's came in and shared support and updates of a mariachi that's going to be there. So that's pretty fun. I also joined their STEAM Stipes PFA Parent Teacher Association Zoom meeting that also talked a lot about the Cinco de Mayo. Again, it was a wonderful meeting full of creative thoughts and participation of wonderful things that are going on at their school. This is the second parent association group that I attended. Very different, very informative. And, I would really encourage our group, our board to hop on if you ever get a chance and see what's happening, or just be involved, because again, you get to see the different dynamics of what's happening at the school, but also the leadership that I see in each of the presidents, the vice presidents, and all of them. So that was really fun. I connected with the president of the STEAM site, Minerva Sara, what was her, Sarayano. And they did share with two upcoming that I think we're going to show online, which was just opportunities for Oak Grove parents and community leaders to apply for Santa Clara County Early Educational Planning Council. The deadline is April 18th, and there is an application for that. And it was something that was requested for our Oak Grove families to join. And then also another item that they discussed at the Zoom meeting was this Saturday at Great Oak Park. There is a community egg hunt that's happening. It's for free. It's for families. Saturday, 12 to 2. It's a free event. And there should be a flyer either online or that we can share here. And then just lastly, I'm looking forward to being part of the Anderson Bulldog Jog tomorrow morning, and all the donations will go towards the school's guided reading library. So that's my report. Thank you.
Just real quickly, in the last week, I attended Gail Pellerin, Assemblywoman Gail Pellerin's Woman of the Year celebration, and the Santa Clara County School Board Association's monthly meeting where we discuss agenda settings. And we'll be attending their next meeting as well this month. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything to report other than I wish everyone a great spring break that's coming up soon. All right. May I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting? I'll go ahead and second. All in favor? Any opposed? None. The regular board meeting on April 10th, 2025 is adjourned at 10:12 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, I was like, okay, are we gonna go to 10:30? Because that was the longest. But it was still.
Oh. Are you gonna be at, like, yeah, it's gonna be on May 7th from 5 to May 7th from 5 probably 8:30. It's gonna be in Campbell.
If I was gonna go, I was just gonna go.
Villa Rigosa.
That's kind of, there's a lot of rice tomorrow.
Oh, I know. I just sound like Campbell. That's one.
This is part of the job. Yeah. So that we eventually want to.